guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News. I'm Lance Pry. President Trump announced his 2-hour phone call with Russian President Putin went well. President Trump's takeaway is that the presidents Putin and Zelensky will now have direct dialogue to negotiate a ceasefire and, more importantly, end the war. Trump said Russia wants to be a big trading partner with the United States. Putin called it large scale, and the president agreed once the bloodbath is over. The Pope chimed in and said he would love to host the ceasefire negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. In a big win for the President's America First agenda, the Budget Committee advanced a sweeping budget bill to advance President Trump's big, beautiful bill. Also, FBI Director Kash Patel confirmed yesterday that the Bureau is looking into New York Attorney General Letitia James and her real estate transactions. Thousands of tubs of ice cream are being recalled. Iowa-based Wells Enterprises, the makers of Blue Bunny ice cream, are voluntarily recalling 22 different products because of concerns they might be contaminated with plastic. The FDA said over 18,000 3-gallon tubs of Blue Bunny, Halo Top, Bomb Pop ice cream, and frozen yogurt products are a part of the recall. The president of CBS News is stepping down from the role as the network deals with a $20 billion lawsuit filed by President Trump. Wendy McMahon said in a memo to CBS News staff, leading the organization has been a privilege and joy, but noted the past few months have been challenging. Trump sued CBS News, saying 60 Minutes edited a pre-election interview with former Vice President Harris to make her look competent. Billie Eilish has announced 21 new U.S. dates as part of her Hit Me Hard and Soft tour. That will kick off October 9th in Miami, Florida. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Parts of Northern California are under a red flag warning until 8 o'clock tonight. The alert is for areas like central and southern Sacramento Valley, Carquinez Strait and Delta, and the northern San Joaquin Valley, all below 1,000 feet in elevation. Nick Eisen is with the Fairfield Fire Department.
Any small fire could become a big fire, especially with the winds and the low humidities that we're experiencing. I personally think it's going to be a long fire season.
A neurosurgeon offers some summer activities that you can do to help increase your bone strength.
Deborah Benzel is a neurosurgeon at Cleveland Clinic.
Once you've sustained a fracture related to osteoporosis, your chances of having a second one are 10 times higher. Even with all the advances of medications that we have these days, prevention really is the key in the disease.
Exercise plays a big role, and some activities include gardening, going for a walk, playing catch with your kids or grandkids, swimming, or even walking in the pool. There is a test available to check your bone density. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Authorities in Ohio are resuming their search for a 5-year-old after a deadly train collision. 2 adults and 2 children were walking across a railroad bridge over the Sandusky River in Fremont, that's southeast of Toledo, yesterday when a train came by. Thanks for being there, my friend. It's well appreciated. In Las Vegas, I'm Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are words all the time I spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, oh, she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
We've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. You know what that means. A brand new day. And we get the party started. Let's get this show on the road. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Not too shabby outside the secret bunker at this hour. We do have the cloud cover, but 64 degrees. But I'll tell you what, it is another action-packed night in the central portions of the country where the hits just keep on coming. When will you get some reprieve from strong storms tonight? Yes, another action-packed night with tornado warnings and numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. A very well-defined line, well, actually several lines of thunderstorms. One stretching from eastern portions of Iowa right down through western Illinois, St. Louis, an area that got hit hard last Friday. I've seen some additional strong storms, at the least 60-mile-an-hour straight-line winds, and more hail in the mix. That line that extends down into north-central Arkansas, where we have seen several tornado-warned cells there, on down into southeastern Oklahoma. Some supercells away from that main line of storms in the mix there. At this moment in time, I see several tornado-warned cells in north-central Arkansas. You have numerous counties in southeastern Missouri. Another separate tornado-warned cell move in right there about the Illinois-Missouri line, not too far from St. Louis, as a matter of fact. So aside from that, the rain, flooding concerns. So we'll kick things off with a look at our travelers' weather here. Good to have you with us. As I mentioned, severe weather will continue to batter the central U.S. right on through the day ahead Tuesday. More tornadoes, damaging hail, flash flooding, all posing risk to lives and property. Going back to last Thursday, we've had approximately 1,500 reports now of severe wind gusts, hail, and tornadoes compiled by the Storm Prediction Center, stretching from the northern plains, the upper Midwest, New England. 7 dozen tornadoes have been confirmed as of early Monday morning, after another wave of severe thunderstorms developed on Sunday. The storm driving the turbulent pattern now begins to shift eastward. Travelers across the region need to remain alert for hazards, debris on roadways, down power lines over the coming days. From Dallas to Kansas City, that was the bullseye zone as we kicked things off here Monday morning. Forecasters have highlighted a high-risk area for severe thunderstorms encompassing southeastern Kansas, eastern Oklahoma, and the Ozark Mountains. Large hail, damaging winds, and of course tornadic activity all possible once again. Now for the day ahead, the severe weather threat moving eastward into the lower Ohio Valley and the Tennessee Valley. That's going to put some of the regions that have already been impacted by powerful storms since last Friday in the spotlight once again. More damaging wind, hail, and tornadoes possible once again, which could exacerbate the damage that occurred in some areas, obviously delaying some of the cleanup there. While thunderstorms will be rather progressive in nature for the day ahead, similar areas will be impacted back-to-back days, so areas that are already saturated will be at a higher risk for some flash flooding issues. The likelihood of flash flooding can be followed by flooding of small streams and significant rises on some of the secondary rivers, according to AccuWeather. Some of these heavier thunderstorms will ultimately reach western Maryland by Tuesday night. Crews continue to clean up there after the extensive flooding that occurred last week. A few storms could briefly intensify to severe levels even along the southeast coast as we look toward Wednesday midweek here. Meanwhile, as the storm slows down upon reaching the east coast, looks like folks in the northeast, you're going to be kind of locked into a pattern of cool, dreary, wet weather for several days. through maybe the end of the week, as a matter of fact. So great to have you with us. As I said, another action-packed night. We'll give you more on the impacts in the Northeast as the cleanup efforts get underway. Folks in Kentucky, where they say it literally looks like a war zone after the deadly tornadoes that had occurred there. Similarly, in St. Louis, communities there picking up the pieces after that deadly tornado. The death toll remains at 28. Damage assessments at this point, they're saying we could see $9 billion in damages from the tornado outbreak that's occurred over the past several days. Let's say good morning to Philly Dan out of the box, checking in from the city of brotherly love. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Here it is, the midnight hour, 63 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Beautiful day today. Yes, I got the grass cut. I did indeed manage to get the starter string housing unit back together. See, I knew it could be done. The spring and string back in place, operational. So, the new FBI tells us to stay tuned, possibly of indictments and arrests coming in the near future. Book 'em, Dano. It's 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. Give the overnight drive your thoughts. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial Steve up. Speaking of scarecrow, prayers going out to he and his family. I believe Steve's going to fill us in with the rest of the story. Yes, indeed. His mother had been very ill and she passed away several days ago. And I believe the funeral was actually this past day. Correct? More on that coming up. Snuggle up, though. Meanwhile, to whoever or whatever, hug the ones you love each and every day, because that day may and will come when they're not here to hug anymore. Peace, love, and tranquility to all. Thank you, Pappy. Are you with me? All right, Marianne in the house. What's going on? Had a busy Sunday, busy Monday, yard work. But looks like the job is done. But that grass just keeps on growing, doesn't it? Hello to Tank. Good morning, Steve. Happy Taco Tuesday. Clear skies, 52 here in Sanders, Arizona. We are rolling west toward Fontana. Hello to Brett. Good morning from the Mile High City. Clear skies, 54 degrees. A shout out to all the first responders and third shift workers keeping the world turning during the overnight hours. Looking forward to another great show there, Steve. Thank you so much. Jeffrey on board. Good morning from Southern Florida. There's Daniel. Good morning from Jubitz, Portland, Oregon tonight. 59 degrees, kind of off and on rain. Kind of a dreary night there, huh? All right, Rubber Duck. Good evening, gang. Home sweet home for me. No work today. And it looks like we've only got 6 cars to move tomorrow. I'm thinking it's time for a change, maybe. Monkey Gouger, are you really selling that truck? All right. Hey, speaking of, we need to get an update from the Gouger. He should be back on the road by now. All right. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Jerry checks in. Absolutely beautiful day this past day. Kokomo. Got some rain coming for our Tuesday. Yes, indeed. Sounds like former President Biden has had cancer for years. Yes, we've got the updates. Some are saying he may have had this for a good 10 years. Jerry said the people around him should be jailed, as it is very clear he hasn't a clue. The evil in politics. Anyway, thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for putting the best 5 hours of radio on with Steve Summers, the overnight drive. Thanks to all the truck drivers, the first responders that keep us going every day. I'm going to sleep great knowing an animal that killed a police officer is going to be executed, let's say, Anyway, tell them you love them every chance you get. All right. Good morning, Steve. 48 degrees. Bill checks in here. Cloudy here in Wyoming, Michigan. Waiting to get the load of Speed Queen washers to be unloaded in the morning. I did have an interview with a new company, or I have an interview with a new company this morning. Hoping everything goes well. Getting into this company. If I do, I'll be home every day and actually be making more money. So that sounds like a plan. Be home more, make more money. All right, Boss Man checking in here. White Cloud, Minnesota is at 49 degrees and clear. Safe travels, everyone out there this evening. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Tony. Hello, Steve. And the Hot Shots Nation. Here we are bracing for another round of wind, rain, hail here in southern Illinois along the Ohio River. We've got 76 degrees and a very humid night tonight. And hello to Kevin. We'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. As always, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Yeah, sure enough, I mentioned St. Louis, who was hit hard last Friday with the tornado. Actually under a tornado warning right now. Got Monroe County in southwest Illinois, then Jefferson County and St. Louis County in east central Missouri. All right, this would be a radar-indicated tornado, but if you're out there rolling along Interstate 44 in Missouri between the 266 to 77 mile marker, you are in that warned zone. Interstate 55 in Missouri between exits 178 and 191. That particular cell moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. All right, so batten down the hatches, right? Round the country, feel free to dial the number up at 844-844-3388. Looks like Eskimo Mom getting her week started. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Taco Tuesday, Monday, whatever day it is. I usually don't work Monday night, but thanks to the holiday next week, I'm an extra driver tonight. So got the usual run. Please pay attention to the construction zone sign. Southbound 75 between the 92 and 94 around my home 20 in Ohio. Had 6 semi-wrecks in the last 2 weeks from drivers ignoring the trucks use left lane sign. They're dropping off the pavement and going into the directions they didn't want to go. There's when the old English proficiency really comes into play. Yeah, a sign that reads, trucks use left lane. All right, we're clouding up, a little breezy here, 68 degrees, rolling along I-71 in Kentucky. All right, Jerry, thank you for the update there. He was talking about this animal that killed a police officer in Indiana. They were slated to be executed at the midnight hour. Cop killer executed at midnight in Indiana, so it should be over by now. 12:23 a.m. All right. Gilligan, hi there. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's a pleasant night atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Good to have you on board. All right, we'll jump into some of our industry headlines. Now, what is being described as the Great Freight Recession, characterized by some astronomical statistics that seem unreal. Over the last 2 years, thousands of trucking companies and freight brokerage firms have shuttered their doors permanently. The situation now not expected to improve if the Trump administration pushes forward with some of these tariff proposals for international trade partners. There's still that uncertainty, right? The 90-day break is underway, but each passing day, which countries will or will they not come up to a deal with? But the numbers, about 88,000 trucking companies and 8,000 freight brokerage firms ceased operations in 2023. According to the Freight Caviar data, last year, the trucking sector reported a net loss of about 10,000 carriers in the first half of the year. The American Trucking Association was confident that the industry would begin to improve here in 2025, as it projected in their annual freight forecast that was released in January, predicting that truck volumes would grow about 1.6% this year after 2 years of declines. But that report was completed before the tariff plans were fully revealed. And since then, several additional trucking companies have already filed for either Chapter 11 reorganization or Chapter 7 liquidation bankruptcies this year. Some have ceased operating their businesses, without even filing for bankruptcy, like the Michigan-based trucking company Equity Transportation Company, which had 100 drivers and 109 power units. The company laid off all its drivers, ceasing operations back in March. Now, another huge trucking and logistics company, LTI Trucking Services, informed their 250 drivers back on April 2nd they were shutting down their operations. Company said they had exhausted all their options and had to make that difficult decision to shutter the company. Florida-based trucking company Davis Express, 160 trucks, 140 drivers, revealed on their Facebook page that they were shutting down their business permanently after making their final deliveries back on April 23rd, recall. The owner of the company said he's looking to retire and doesn't want to wait any longer for the business to turn around, or didn't want to wait to even try to find a buyer. The other members of the family, they said, not interested in continuing the business. Major trucking companies with dozens of drivers, tractors, trailers have also filed for bankruptcy here in the first half of the year, including Balkan Express and their affiliate Balkan Logistics that filed Chapter 11 to restructure their debts on April 30. Balkan Express, with 159 power units, employs about 166 drivers, shipping general freight, including beverages. Three trucking companies are not affiliated, filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Was April 7th, including CNC Freight Network out of Brazelton, Georgia, Massachusetts-based Best Choice Trucking, LLC, Then Memphis, Tennessee-based Best Logistics, all filing for bankruptcy to restructure their debts. Time's still difficult. I know much of this has been weeding out the tens of thousands of operations that came in to the industry during the COVID pandemic. There's too many trucks with not enough freight to move at the end of the pandemic, and it's taken this much time. So many of these companies have been doing everything they could to survive, hoping, waiting for the turnaround, for the rates to return to a sustainable level. And obviously, many just cannot continue any longer. All right, double trucker. Hello, Steve. 45 degrees or a chilly here in Lodi. Who left the barn door open? Not happy about wearing pants rather than shorts this week. But we're hooked up and ready to head back to Western New York. I'll check in later on the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. Good to have you with us. Other industry headlines, we'll get too much to cover as we close out a Monday, roll into a Tuesday. It is 844-844-3388. Yes, Memorial Day weekend is just around the corner here. And there are many bikers headed to Washington, D.C. Give you an update on that just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is announcing plans that would put Israel in control of the Gaza Strip. The Israeli Defense Forces started a large-scale operation called Gideon's Chariot, which includes moves for Israel to take over food and aid distribution to Palestinians in the Strip in coordination with American companies. Prime Minister Netanyahu says this is the war and victory plan. Reuters has reported that aid trucks were seen heading into northern Gaza Strip, marking the first movement after nearly 3 months of a blockade. Wendy McMahon, president of CBS News, is stepping down from the role as the network deals with a $20 billion lawsuit filed by President Trump, claiming the network edited a Kamala interview to make her look more coherent. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Trust your week's off to a good start here. We turn the page on the calendar. What are we looking at? 20th day here in the month of May. We'll call it a totally terrific Tuesday, as Knucklebuster likes to say. Now, I have not spoke directly with Scarecrow, but I was informed. Pappy had got a message from him, I think several days ago. Horse Feathers had mentioned that his mother had indeed passed away, and I guess he and his family laid their mother to rest here this past day. So he said, feel free to share it with the listeners out there because you're kind of like family. So passing that on. Thank you very much for the update there, Pappy, and yeah, prayers for Scarecrow. But yeah, she did hit that century mile marker here not that long ago. Living 100 years, if memory serves. That's a long life. All right, with Memorial Day weekend around the corner here, I know for years and years, thousands and thousands of bikers would ride into the D.C. area, the Run for the Wall. Things kind of changed. It's, 10, 12 years ago now, but there are now smaller factions that still make that ride into the D.C. area. Heads up in Gibson County, Indiana, later today, the Indiana State Police advising, and for the truck drivers out there, if you're going to be near this particular Flying J location, they're going to be shutting down portions of US 41 near Warrenton Road and I-64 eastbound at US 41. Well, several hundred bikers, motorcyclists are going to be stopping there at the Flying J Travel Center at US 41. These are the bikers that are traveling from California. If memory serves, some of them starting California, and along the route, more and more bikers are joining in with the convoy as they ultimately roll into D.C. to visit the Vietnam Veterans Memorial as part of the Run for the Wall, as they call it. So they are scheduled for a gas stop and a brief break at the Flying J Travel Center before they will then continue east on I-64 to Corydon, Indiana. Now, they say they're expected to arrive at about 2:15 in the afternoon. Yeah, a short time there, departing at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Individuals planning to show their support are being encouraged to find a safe place off the roadway. Parking along I-64 obviously is prohibited. Right now, approximate times, 2:15 Central Time, this is 2:15 Central. Highways are expected to be closed, and it's going to be very brief, for like 10-minute intervals. US 41 northbound will be closed just south of I-64, while the cyclists exit 64 east on US 41. US 41 southbound lanes will be closed at Warrenton Road, while the cyclists turn west into the Flying J Travel Center there. Then approximately 3 o'clock Central Time. Yeah, highways will be closed again for no more than about 10 minutes. US 41 southbound lanes closed while the cyclists exit the Flying J Travel Center. And I-64 east, just west of US 41, closed while the bikers re-enter I-64 east from US 41 south there. So the run for the wall as we head toward the Memorial Day weekend. How about that? 844-844-3388. So we had the Mexican Navy, what they call the tall ship, that struck the Brooklyn Bridge over the weekend. Yeah, more details unveiled over the past day. Yeah, the vessel was underway for less than 5 minutes before the mast crushed into the historic span. And they say radio calls indicating it was in distress went out only about 45 seconds before the deadly collision, according to investigators this past day. Now, with the help ultimately of a tugboat, the vessel backed away from the Manhattan Pier, filled with cheering people about 8:20 p.m. Saturday. Obviously, the viral videos, which there are hundreds of, so many people recording this, showing the ship moving slowly at first, the rigging filled with all the white lights and the naval cadets, all balanced high on the ship's yards, the spars that hold the sails. The tugboat kind of nudged the ship along, keeping it from drifting upstream toward the bridge in the current as it backed up into the East River toward Brooklyn. But after just a couple of minutes, the ship separated from the tug, then obviously picking up speed, still moving in reverse, headed for the bridge. 4 minutes after leaving the pier, a radio call went out asking for help from any additional tugboats in the area, followed by another request for assistance. According to the National Transportation Safety Board, officials didn't say whether those radio calls originated from the ship or the tug or somewhere else. But 45 seconds after the first call, the ship striking the bridge, snapping those 3 masts, they said that the vessel had reached about 7 miles per hour, 6 knots at that point in time. Of course, the vessel kept passing under the bridge and ultimately bumping against the pier before ultimately coming to a stop about 8:27. Footage showing the horrified onlookers, the ship moving swiftly backwards, then grinding under the 142-year-old bridge as the top mast snapped off. Multiple cadets in the crew were dangling, standing on the ship's yards when that all occurred. Several left dangling by safety harnesses as those masts partially collapsed. 2 of those, of course, perished in that incident. The tugboat that helped the ship get out of the berth could be seen on video trying to get ahead of it as it was headed toward the bridge, could not overtake it in time. Not clear whether a mechanical problem played a role, but that's what they're saying. It was a mechanical failure, but This is the start of a long process. We're not going to be drawing any conclusions. We're not going to speculate, according to the National Transportation Safety Board. Many of the crew members on the ship actually flew home to Mexico this past day, according to officials. 7 officers and 172 cadets who were aboard the vessel had arrived early Monday. Apparently, the port of Veracruz, where Mexico's naval school is, according to the Mexican Navy. 2 cadets remained in New York receiving medical treatment there. They are listed in stable condition, but the crippled ship remains at dock in Manhattan. They say preparations are being made to move it to a salvage yard. The bridge itself, luckily, thank goodness, escaping major damage, but at least 19 of the ship's 277 sailors needed medical treatment. Among those killed were a 20-year-old sailor who'd been studying engineering at the Mexican Naval Academy. Her family has said she died after falling from one of those masts. The vessel had arrived in New York on May 13. It was on part of what they called a global goodwill tour, which sailed for the first time, this vessel, in 1982. It had been docked and welcoming visitors there for recent days in the tourist-heavy South Street Seaport. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Underway, a Tuesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Senor Heatwave's going to be checking in. Hey, you crossed my mind this past day when I came across this particular story. Remember several months back when word came down that 23andMe, the DNA testing company, was going to be going bankrupt, maybe looking for a buyer. And privacy experts were telling people, get on the website, delete your data. You don't know who's going to get a hold of it. That's the drug maker Regeneron Pharmaceuticals. It was announced this past day is going to be purchasing the genetic testing firm 23andMe Holding. for $256 million through a bankruptcy auction. According to the announcement Monday, Regeneron said they will comply with 23andMe's privacy policies and applicable laws with respect to the use of the customer data, and they are ready to detail their intended use of the data to a court-appointed overseer. The bankruptcy proceedings, which were filed in March, obviously raising privacy concerns. This is a company that actually had a data breach back in 2023 that exposed millions of customers' genetic data. But as part of the agreement, they say Regeneron will acquire all units of 23andMe with the exception of Lemonade Health, which they're going to be winding down. After the transaction completes, 23andMe will continue to operate as a wholly owned direct or indirect unit of Regeneron, according to the companies. They say they expect to close the deal sometime in the third quarter of this year. But again, what is the intended use of said data? That we do not know yet. Yeah. Well, speaking of, there he is. Morning, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. I think I scared off a couple of friends a while ago, and you ever have one of those days where anything you touch just turns to crap and works against you? And then I thought, yeah, you did. Little Aubrey, when she was in the secret bunker that one time when you were first starting out, all the lights and glitter and stuff,
yeah,
and
pushing buttons.
And buttons, yeah. I pulled the microphone away from my mouth, and I yelled an epitaph, and they're like, "We'll see you later, Heatwave." Oh, man, I just absolutely lost it, which should have taken about 20 minutes, if that took an hour. Oh, I was hot. Of course, then again, with the equipment we have, there's the tractor we were in broke down Friday morning, right after talking to you on the show. Or it was Friday night, rather, yeah. So we get towed in about 100 miles from our destination, and they've got all these new tractors sitting there at the yard there in Texas, and oh, don't take this belongs to our team. Don't take this belongs to another one of our teams. And they finally said, okay, you can take this tractor. And we said, all right. Well, you're going to bring it back, right? Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I said, hell, the one we're in now belongs to Houston, but they ain't been yelling for it for the last 6 months to a year. So, yeah, we'll see what we can do. The radiator blew a seal on the top. So it just basically come apart after almost 900,000 miles. So, yeah. It's like, well, and we want to go home. So we did. We finally got a tractor, got everything in it, and got home. And while I was on my way home, apparently somebody decided they wanted our pickup for their own. And our pickup, the wife's pickup, was at the house. We caught them on camera, but, you know, they sent those National Guard members out here to Albuquerque to help the police clean up the streets. And, well, they're chasing the trash out to our neck of the woods. I mean, we've already had one auto theft, and we've had 2 attempted carjackings. I mean, that's pretty dadgum sad. And there might be 10,000 people around our area, but only 6,300, 6,800 actually are in Edgewood proper. So, and they were talking about the crime in Albuquerque. Well, it's gone down. Well, you're damn right it's gone down, because it came out my damn way.
Moving out to the suburbs, right?
A little bit, yeah. So, you know, we're thinking, well, I guess we're going to have to go back to the old Wild West days where the judge, jury, and executioner was right there on your hip. It just depended on how fast you were compared to the other idiot out there that's trying to do you harm or trying to take your stuff. So, yeah. So anyways, so after looking at 4 tractors, I finally got one. I hooked up to my set, and then I get a call from Central Dispatch saying, you know what, we can get you home faster if we send you to Denver rather than Phoenix, because we have absolutely no freight in Phoenix. And they had canceled like 3 meet and greets with us, the Albuquerque drivers. So, yeah, it's still bad news out west if they ain't got freight in Phoenix, and that's one of the bigger units that we have out here.
Mm-hmm.
So that means Banning and Riverside and all the terminals in California, they're not getting squat. So, but yeah, we got that going on. And what else we got going on? Yeah, I'm supposed to be back, I hope, before the sun comes up Wednesday morning here in Edgewood, so I can get into my, as people call it, the road commode, the Camaro, my car.
Right.
Head off to Texas so I can go see 2 of my nieces graduate. One will be my adopted family. My youngest brother's youngest daughter will be graduating, and she's got a volleyball scholarship to the University of Mississippi, so she's pretty well taken care of there. And the other one is courtesy through 23andMe, and yeah, she graduates Saturday. So it's going to be, haul butt there on Wednesday. Thursday, go down to around Columbus, Texas, see niece number 1 graduate. Friday, hopefully go fishing. Saturday, go see niece number 2 go fishing. Sunday, have church and visitation with the family at a restaurant, and then my happy hiney's hauling butt from Temple all the way up here to Edgewood. We got Monday off as the holiday, paid holiday, so I'll be covering for somebody. But, it's just a crying damn shame. We're a dark terminal. We have a building there for maintenance. And after a year and a half of pleading and begging, they finally agreed, yeah, we need to have mechanics that are at the yard. Well, now the next question is, when? I mean, we need them. We need these people yesterday, not tomorrow. We need them now. We need trucks that actually work. Anytime something's in the tractor that don't work inside our terminal, well, they just jump in one and take off in it, and here we are. We're stuck with their POS, and
right.
We absolutely have no idea what's wrong with it until one of our drivers get into it. And, we just don't have the tractors. So for a cash-rich company, they sure are really doing a poor job at keeping us with equipment that actually...
Equipment maintenance.
So,
yeah,
exactly. And the safety guy was mad at me because, hey, you got stopped Tuesday and, we got these points on us. Well, you know what? Whatever happens en route, I cannot control. What I can control is a pre-trip, make sure everything is there that's supposed to be on that truck, and whatever is there on the truck works. And then do the post-trip to let you know, hey, we got this problem here. So, and one of the trailers that was loaded that got written up was from Charlotte, North Carolina. Now, or South Carolina. Which one of those Carolinas? It's in a Carolina. Now, if they knew there was an issue, it should have been done there. But since it came to me, it worked before, and then when I hooked up to the other trailer, I will swear on a stack of Bibles that everything was working just fine. And whenever I got inspected, I don't know what happened, because it was the same front box and it was the same con gear or dolly or jiff, however you want to call it, that was, connected to back box, but it was a different box in the back. So yeah, they're gonna catch a little hell about that, and waiting 5 hours in Phoenix for a wiring harness. You're trying to find the trailer that worked over there with the ABS. Now that just wasn't very productive. And yeah, then to have the radiator blow a seam, it's like, well, ain't that something? So I mean, we did manage probably about 5,500 miles for the week, but I expect a lot more, both with miles and with equipment that actually works.
So obviously some days are better than others, as they say. But hey, we're getting to our news break here. Got some ugly weather out there tonight. Numerous tornado warned storms. More on that as we roll into hour number 2.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News. I'm Lance Pry. President Trump announced his 2-hour phone call with Russian President Putin went well. President Trump's takeaway is that the presidents Putin and Zelensky will now have direct dialogue to negotiate a ceasefire and, more importantly, end the war. Trump said Russia wants to be a big trading partner with the United States. Putin called it large scale, and the president agreed once the bloodbath is over. The Pope chimed in and said he would love to host the ceasefire negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. In a big win for the President's America First agenda, the Budget Committee advanced a sweeping budget bill to advance President Trump's big, beautiful bill. Also, FBI Director Kash Patel confirmed yesterday that the Bureau is looking into New York Attorney General Letitia James and her real estate transactions. Thousands of tubs of ice cream are being recalled. Iowa-based Wells Enterprises, the makers of Blue Bunny ice cream, are voluntarily recalling 22 different products because of concerns they might be contaminated with plastic. The FDA said over 18,000 3-gallon tubs of Blue Bunny, Halo Top, Bomb Pop ice cream, and frozen yogurt products are a part of the recall. The president of CBS News is stepping down from the role as the network deals with a $20 billion lawsuit filed by President Trump. Wendy McMahon said in a memo to CBS News staff, leading the organization has been a privilege and joy, but noted the past few months have been challenging. Trump sued CBS News, saying 60 Minutes edited a pre-election interview with former Vice President Harris to make her look competent. Billie Eilish has announced 21 new U.S. dates as part of her Hit Me Hard and Soft tour. That will kick off October 9th in Miami, Florida. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Parts of Northern California are under a red flag warning until 8 o'clock tonight. The alert is for areas like central and southern Sacramento Valley, Carquinez Strait and Delta, and the northern San Joaquin Valley, all below 1,000 feet in elevation. Nick Eisen is with the Fairfield Fire Department.
Any small fire could become a big fire, especially with the winds and the low humidities that we're experiencing. I personally think it's going to be a long fire season.
A neurosurgeon offers some summer activities that you can do to help increase your bone strength.
Deborah Benzel is a neurosurgeon at Cleveland Clinic.
Once you've sustained a fracture related to osteoporosis, your chances of having a second one are 10 times higher. Even with all the advances of medications that we have these days, prevention really is the key in this disease.
Exercise plays a big role, and some activities include gardening, going for a walk, playing catch with your kids or grandkids, swimming, or even walking in the pool. There is a test available to check your bone density. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Authorities in Ohio are resuming their search for a 5-year-old after a deadly train collision. 2 adults and 2 children were walking across a railroad bridge over the Sandusky River in Fremont, that's southeast of Toledo, yesterday when a train came by. Thanks for being there, my friend. It's well appreciated. In Las Vegas, I'm Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, welcome back, welcome aboard. As we turn the page on the calendar, rolling into a Tuesday. Another stormy night in the central states. Numerous reports of 60, 70 mile an hour winds with severe thunderstorms. Numerous tornado warning cells. stretching from parts of Missouri through Arkansas, southeast Oklahoma, northeastern Texas. Seeing some of those strong winds. And a very chilly night in the northeast. Yeah, we're actually talking some frost advisories overnight in north central portions of Pennsylvania. Yeah, up into much of central southern New York. Overnight lows in the low to mid 30s. So, yeah, I thought we'd be done with frost by this point in time. I know for our region, it's typically, Mother's Day. You can kind of close the book on concerns for frost, but a bit further to the north, that is not the case. It's a chilly night. And speaking of our friends in the northeast, it looks like you're going to have to keep your umbrellas handy for several days for the middle and latter part of the week. As all this stormy weather that's been impacting the central states begins to shift east, that's going to be bringing days of rain and temperatures more reminiscent of early spring. The dreary weather, they say, is going to be quite noticeable as we're heading into the time of year where people are actually starting to open up their swimming pools. Most areas across the mid-Atlantic enjoyed a little bit of sunshine. Seasonal temperatures this past day to start the week, but clouds will be thickening for the day ahead across the central Appalachians. That's a sign of the changing pattern. Cool air from eastern Canada being drugged southward around the center of the storm that's traversing the mid-Atlantic come Wednesday, and then it's going to reemerge off the northeast coast by Thursday and Friday. So temperatures are going to be running well below average for late May, 10 to 20 degrees below average. In other words, generally highs in the 50s and 60s. Here from Cincinnati to Pittsburgh to Washington, D.C. Boston during the second half of the week. In those days leading up to Memorial Day, temperatures are typically climbing into the 70s by this time of year. So it's going to be chilly. It's going to be breezy with persistent rain, thick cloud cover. It's going to make it pretty gloomy and almost going to have the feel of a winter-like pattern, but not the snow at least. But the steadiest rain arrives later on Tuesday night across the mid-Atlantic, continues through Wednesday night as the storm gradually redevelops off the coast. And that showery weather then pesters the northeast right through the end of the week as the storm just kind of lingers off the coast, with some heavier rain possible in portions of southern New England. Could see a good inch or two of rain over a 3-day stretch. That should be manageable for the rivers, creeks, and streams. But even in the absence of flooding, the wet weather is going to lead to slower commute times on the roadways. Low cloud ceilings could result in some delays for air travelers at some of those major northeast hubs. But obviously with days of wet weather, it's going to be kind of challenging to get out there and mow the lawn or enjoy outdoor activities. The most notable winds will be along the shoreline and the beach areas, but soggy weather coming your way. Well, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but at least you're forewarned. All right, we'll get back, finish up with Senor Heatwave there.
Yeah, thank you for holding me over, Senor. Oh, well, I tell you what, Comey really stepped in a cesspool with that picture he put down, 8647.
Yes.
And he claims, I didn't know. Oh, give me another sack of crap, man. We know you know.
Yes.
Good night. The Karens are going, and all the Karen videos that I've been posting on there, them getting so self-righteous and indignant, ruining everybody's good time because somebody offended them. He didn't put his turn signal on, and it's like, this particular woman, she really needed several Valium to calm herself down. I don't know what she was on, but another one just saw red when she saw a guy wearing a MAGA hat, and she took it off and put it down and then said, there's no way you could have afforded first class. Why? Because you're a MAGA supporter. And your point is, the guy had a ticket, and everyone's telling her, shut up, sit down, and enjoy the ride,
Trump derangement syndrome.
Yes, and then there's one where a woman thought she was a witch going after a cop, and, well, he proved to her that her magic was crap because she got tased. And it's like, well, you needed that, Well, they call that shock therapy. Well,
right.
I hope that brought her back to her senses. Now, this deal with President Biden, former President Biden, having,
prostate cancer.
That metastasized.
Correct.
From what I understand, it takes quite a few years for any cancer like that will metastasize to bone. So there is a question about just what kind of care are the presidents getting while they're in office? How was this missed?
Or were they just covering it up? Were they burying it?
Well, that's what they've been doing all that time he was in office. So, and then, at CNN, Jake Tapper, well, I didn't know. The hell you didn't know? You were out there. You were the ones that were saying, you know what? He's fine. And that idiot out there, and I guess he works for CNN or MSNBC, Morning Joe, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Telling us, F you if you can't stand the truth. Well, you know what? Yeah. I think that's the reason why you only have a handful of people watching your show. I don't even know if he's still on the air. And quite frankly, I don't care. Someone was like, hey, it's time to start dancing. Yoo-hoo. And I said, we don't need to get down to the Democrats' level. Where they're going to be happy when a Republican gets hurt or killed or, whatever. Me, I don't care. I'm not going to lose sleep because he's got cancer. It just doesn't bother me. He was there. We suffered through 4 years of pure hell, and he's out. And I'm not going to shed a tear when he passes. It doesn't bother me that, he's got cancer. There's a lot of other people out there with cancer too, but I'm not going to shed a tear. So, it's just absolute craziness going on out there. Well, you must feel sorry for him. No, I don't have to feel sorry for him. Now, what was this deal about the Supreme Court over the weekend saying that Trump, he couldn't get rid of some people with the Alien Enemies Act or whatever? He had to give them some time to let them know that they were going to be deported. What is the problem about deporting people according to the laws on the books that we have now, even though it may be 200 years old? The Declaration of Independence. How old is that? Are we still abiding by it? In the Constitution? Yeah. So why is it okay, was it okay for Biden to bring these people in unvetted and just welcome them with open arms, and we, the taxpayer, having to foot the damn bill? I would rather foot the bill to get these people out of here. Oh, but we can't do that. Well, why not? Well, they have rights. No, they don't.
Well,
they're not citizens.
I do know the Supreme Court just this past day actually sided with President Trump in regards to, I think it was 350,000 illegals from Venezuela that they may be getting shipped back home. That's the individuals that the Biden administration had allowed to come in. I guess the lower court, like so many of these federal judges, have been ruling against everything Trump tries to do. And ultimately, when it gets to the Supreme Court, there was actually, in this case, only one judge, only one dissenting judge. So it was pretty much, almost unanimous support from the Supreme Court. We'll give you more details on that ahead here. Yeah, there's more to the story, on the Biden cancer thing, and that's what everybody's talking about. And even President Trump this past day said, getting to stage 9, that's on the Gleason scale, Gleason 9 with metastasis. This has been going on for quite some time, and possibly as much as 10 years, according to medical authorities. Let's get a quick timeout, give you more details. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
The sudden diagnosis, they say, former President Biden suddenly being diagnosed with aggressive metastatic cancer. It's spreading from the prostate to the bone. According to renowned prostate cancer surgeon Dr. David Samadi, who spoke to Newsmax this past day, he said it's so shocking, it's unbelievable. It's very odd to see someone being great a year ago and completely normal with no rise of their PSA, no problem. And all of a sudden, within a year, they've got prostate cancer with a Gleason 9, metastasis. Now, he specializes in prostate, kidney, bladder cancer. He said, something doesn't make any sense here. We need to look at these PSAs for the last 10 years or so. And I hope this wasn't missed, or there's more to the story than it seems like. Yeah, he shared that the skepticism that Biden was unaware he had cancer for years because it could be a death sentence. It's unfortunate that he has metastasis to the bone. This is a poor prognosis. It's a very aggressive cancer, and at this point, surgery and radiation are not good options, he says. The next line of care is not curable hormonal treatment that would merely slow down the progression. This raises the questions about how a former president is suddenly fighting for his life from prostate cancer, which has been detectable and treatable for millions of everyday Americans. The bigger question that's coming up is How is it that a president of the United States, being covered with so many doctors and going through very aggressive screening in this day and age, shows up with a Gleason 9? That's very difficult to answer because we don't see this in America like this, especially people like President Biden and many others that are very extreme, under extreme surveillance and screenings. Now, Samadi's practice has had past presidents under care. He said this doesn't usually all of a sudden in 1 year. That this is a kind of disease, you surveil and you follow the PSA. I have a few presidents in my practice that have been taken care of for many years. It's not only one doctor in charge. There's a group of doctors that are all over these kind of politicians. And you look at the growth of the PSA, the rise of the PSA, you get the digital rectal exam. Yeah, that exam detects about 15% of prostate cancers. But if you feel a nodule or firmness, which is the president's case, yeah, the way they detected it, and that's the information we have. Then they go through biopsy and they find out that they have cancer. He estimates Biden might have had detectable cancer for 5 to 7 years. Yeah, with someone diagnosed with Gleason 9, that takes about 5 to 7 years. And probably on the average about 5 years or so to survive. So again, nobody knows how long, and we wish the president well, but nobody knows how long he's going to respond to these medications. But typically after a few years, they become insensitive to the hormones. The outcome is not good. Unfortunately, the prognosis is poor, he says. Quite interesting, but 844-844-3388. Brain dead, isn't this your weekend?
Yeah, Steve, I couldn't sleep tonight. I just had to do a little bit of show, not prep, but, get a little sports stuff going because, the sports nuts coming out, Steve. It's getting really, not insane per se, but there's a little bit of controversy at the Indy 500. I don't know if you've heard about this or not, but I'll get to that in just a second because our good friend Tony Stewart won at the NHRA race over the weekend. I guess you didn't hear about that, did you?
I did not.
Yeah, I didn't hear about it either. I woke up this morning, little digging around on the old interwebs here. Jack Beckman won Top Fuel. Gage Herrera won the Pro Stock motorcycle. Now, the next race is in the New England Nationals on the 30th through the 1st. So there's that. Now, let me get to my other note. No, the other note. There we go. Now, like I said, there was controversy at the whole Indy 500. Now, Larson ran 11th today in practice. Now, this will come into play in just a minute here. Now, Will Power and Joseph Newgarden were penalized. Now, they qualified second and third. Now, this is something to pay attention to here. Rookie Robert Schwartzman won the pole with a speed of 232.790 miles per hour. He is the first ever rookie in motorsports to win a pole. I didn't stutter. Every motorsport to win a pole except for drag racing. Now, what this means is now both teams have been disqualified, and they go to the back of the field.
Starting field.
Larson will start 19th, and he qualified with 231.326 miles an hour. Here's where the controversy is, and this is where people are going to have to pay attention if you are a fan of motorsports like this. Now, everybody knows Roger Penske owns the Indy 500. He owns IndyCar Series, and he owns about 3 teams in the IndyCar Series. Now, he overruled the whole being kicked out of the whole Indy 500 deal and just hit the teams with $100,000 fine. Now, what failed the teams on inspection? Good question. Steve, you might be able to Google this and see a better picture of what I'm going to talk about here. It's called a annunciator. I may have pronounced that wrong, but please forgive me. Now, this is a crash system part that is in the rear of the car. Now, this is not to be modified at all. And if you look at the picture, you can see where the carbon fiber on one end does not match up with the other end. You can see this. It's clear as day. And how they caught it was in technical support, the post-qualifying inspection. Now, Pato Ward, what's the heck of a name? He said that both cars should have been sent to the rear of the field for the last row shootout with one car eliminated from the field. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. Now, another Penske car of Scott McLaughlin, he crashed hard in Sunday pre-qualifying practice session. He was unable to qualify. But this is how they found the part. When he did his wreck, they pulled it through an inspection. And do you want to smash your brake and I finish up on the other end?
Yeah, because we got the news break here, and we'll get to that. Yeah, that's Penske controversy at Indianapolis. The integrity of the race, right? The integrity of the Indy 500 paramount, they say. So it is 844-844-3388. Indeed, we'll take a news break here. More to come. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is announcing plans that would put Israel in control of the Gaza Strip. The Israeli Defense Forces started a large-scale operation called Gideon's Chariot, which includes moves for Israel to take over food and aid distribution to Palestinians in the Strip in coordination with American companies. Prime Minister Netanyahu says this is the war and victory plan. Reuters has reported that aid trucks were seen heading into northern Gaza Strip, marking the first movement after nearly 3 months of a blockade. Wendy McMahon, president of CBS News, is stepping down from the role as the network deals with a $20 billion lawsuit filed by President Trump, claiming the network edited a Kamala interview to make her look more coherent. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with your sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Welcome back. Coming up, we'll get some of the other industry headlines. You have the scam texts and emails still circulating. More and more states issuing advisories for people in regards to that. Now, we got the update here on the Supreme Court ruling this past day in regards to some 350,000 Venezuelans in this country that are now up for deportation. But we get back to Brain Dead here, kind of talking Indy 500 weekend coming on.
23. Take the 23. Oh, hey, Steve, I'm sorry about that. I'm sitting there watching Price is Right from like 1980 over here on the Bob Barker channel. If you got a Roku, there's a Bob Barker channel from the 80s.
Yes, we got that.
Yeah, so anyway, this is not the only controversy, Steve. And I'm going to tell you this right now. You watch what's going to happen. If two of these cars for Penske finish in the top 10 or the top 5, you are going to see a whole, well, I can't say those words, bunch of people are going to be screaming, put on the tinfoil hats here, if you know what I'm saying. Because remember back in 2024, they did the same thing with the whole illegal software, the Boost software. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So the storylines here, the other thing you got to watch about Kyle Larson doing the double dip and the rookie winning the pole is, can Joseph Newgarden win 3 Indy 500s in a row? In the 109 years of this race, nobody has done this. So RFK Racing is going to appeal the penalty after the Kansas race, and I think they're doing the good thing. all they got to do is have one minor little bump or two, because, you know, they're out there, you know, slamming each other around. It's not hard to break that little bumper bracket. Real quickly, and also Joey Logano, I don't know if you heard the interview after the race. He went off about Christopher Bell passing him up on the last lap of the All-Star race. Well, I'm sorry. The person you should be mad at is your team. You know, Christopher Bell passed you cleanly, maybe a little bump, but it wasn't something that took you out of contention, you whiny little... those words either. You know where I'm going with that.
Right, right.
Ryan Preece was penalized for failing to line up when he was in the second place position in the heat race. And he said that there's a mark there that they have to where if like it's one to go, this is where you line up at for second place or whatever, et cetera, et cetera. And he didn't line up there. And he said that there is no mark there for people to line up with. And if you look at the pictures, you can see what he's talking about. It's clear as day. So what he did is he went out, put a cone right on the wall, and he said, see, now I know where to line up at. So NASCAR had to go out there and paint a little mark or a V out there so people could line up again. Now, let's see, I'm going to change gears here, no pun intended. The Orioles did fire their manager, Brandon Hyde, after a 15-28 start. Let's see, Matt Carpenter, if you're a Cardinals fan, he is going to be retiring this year, which is kind of a shock to us all. I know Brother Rambler's a hockey fan, just like I am. Alex Ovechkin will return next hockey season. Now, we're getting to the finals of the Stanley Cup. The Oilers are going against the Dallas Stars. The Carolina Hurricanes are going against the Panthers. Now, Brother Rambler, the Panthers won the Stanley Cup last year. Now, my prediction is it's going to be a rematch from last year when the Oilers and the Panthers met. But here's the thing, though. I think the Oilers are going to take it. It's going to be the first time since 1993 that the Canadians was one of the last ones that won the Stanley Cup. The Oilers, last time they won the Stanley Cup was in 1990 when Wayne Gretzky played his last season. Well, Steve, I got more stuff, and I will leave that for you tonight. I will holler at you tomorrow.
I'm sure Brother Rambler is sitting on the edge of his seat for the Stanley Cup action, right? All right, the Supreme Court allowing the Trump administration to strip legal protections from 350,000 Venezuelans, exposing them potentially to deportation. Yeah, the court's order with only one noted dissent puts on hold a ruling from a federal judge in San Francisco that kept in place the temporary protected status for these Venezuelans that would have otherwise expired last month. Now, that status allows people already in the U.S. to live and work legally because of their native countries being deemed unsafe for return due to natural disaster or civil strife. So, again, the Supreme Court standing with the Trump administration and even some of the liberals. I'm not sure which was the only dissenting judge there. But meanwhile, they tell us illegals are being recruited to join sophisticated criminal networks around the country where they're staging accidents and injuries to get payouts through the nation's personal injury system, according to the Attorney General Pam Bondi and several House Republicans. In a letter led by Representative Mike Collins of Georgia, the group of Republicans warned Bondi that personal injury fraud is a growing industry that requires immediate attention from the Justice Department. These fraudulent schemes, they say, posing serious risks to public safety, increasing consumer costs, and raising the insurance premiums for the rest of the motoring public. According to the Coalition Against Insurance Fraud cost the U.S. $308 billion annually, with $45 billion attributable to property and casualty insurance fraud. More importantly, these activities put innocent motorists at risk of injury or death. They noted that a criminal ring operating in Louisiana, staging vehicle accidents with commercial trucks, we had followed this for several years now, that has ultimately resulted in 63 individuals, including some of the plaintiff attorneys, being indicted as part of that federal probe. And that's actually still an ongoing investigation. Yeah, Republicans said illegal aliens are also cashing in. It appears illegal immigrants are being recruited as part of these schemes. Yeah, sometimes it may be a requirement to repay the coyotes who helped them get in here. Numerous cases highlighting the intersection of illegal immigration and alleged abuse of the personal injury system. Some plaintiffs reportedly using litigation loans and workers' compensation payments to repay debts owed to the human smugglers. February of 2023, Angel Ordonez, an illegal from Ecuador, filed a workers' compensation claim just 2 months after arriving in the U.S., later admitting in deposition he used $15,000 in litigation loans and $6,000 from workers' compensation payments to settle a $21,000 smuggling debt. Additional reports, like those from the New York Post, alleging MS-13 gang members and some Russian criminal networks orchestrating fraudulent injury claims, pressuring migrants into unnecessary surgeries to inflate some of the lawsuit settlements. So the Republicans urging Pam Bondi form some sort of a task force in the Department of Justice dedicated to investigating and prosecuting these kind of fraud schemes. Again, a number of Republicans signing off on that particular note. 17 before the hour, and hey, Mike, no, it's not that time yet.
Yeah, well, what are you doing tomorrow?
I think I'll be here.
Okay. All right. Then we can do it tomorrow then. I just checking because, last week there, you went out to the ball game there.
Yes,
Ned,
we left a few people surprised there. Yes, unawares.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. So anyways, but we were just checking to make sure everything was all copacetic and on schedule and operation normal there. So,
yes.
Anyway. From what we saw from the weather prognosticators there, the AccuWeather gods and our local people here, they said we have like an 80% chance of rain on Wednesday and 70 on Thursday. And then it all starts to clear up and look pretty good there for the weekend there. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's going to be a little on the cooler side, but that's not disappointing. But right now, I don't know. You're talking about frost and everything. I think I was pretty close on that last night, saying it was starting to feel like winter again.
Yep.
Even though Buckwheat there thinks it's fine and dandy out here. But, we had a couple things we set outside. We had on the stove there tonight. We wanted to cool overnight and debating about putting in the extra refrigerator. And it's like, well, let's just set it outside there in the patio there, in the screened room patio, and just let it cool there overnight because it's pretty chilly out there. So, but, it was still like 60 degrees out, but, 60 degrees in the dark is not the same 60 degrees as when the big yellow thing's in the sky there. So, I don't know, it's kind of, I guess it's not because you get a little bit of that, solar effect there. Makes you feel a little warmer than, but anyways there. So, I don't know. We got a decent night here again tonight. So there is a wind advisory on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, which is not the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, but the the one that goes to the eastern shore here from the mainland Maryland, US 50, US 301. So anyways, just be advised that it's a little bit breezy on the bridge. They're not stopping anything or not allowing anything to go over. Just supposed to proceed with caution and be aware of possible windy conditions. So, I don't know. So here's a question about the Mexican naval ship there that was up there in New York and ran into the Brooklyn Bridge. And I heard some people saying they were worried the bridge was going to fall down. The Brooklyn. Do you know what it would take to knock the Brooklyn? I don't even know if the ship that took the Key Bridge out here in Baltimore could knock down the Brooklyn Bridge. That thing's built pretty stout up there. I don't think there was much of an issue with the mast of the tall wooden ship of knocking down the Brooklyn Bridge.
Right.
But anyways, yeah, certainly what a thing, and condolences to the families of the injured and the couple that were killed there in that. And so did that ship come in under the Brooklyn Bridge, or was there a different way that came into where it was docked at? And was it supposed to be going back out? Because, you were saying it was in reverse.
Yes.
And as the reports I've heard, it was in reverse, and then they're talking possibly a malfunction that it couldn't, have forward propulsion. So I was just wondering if it was trying to back up a little bit, and they said something about the current was also flowing that way, so there was being not only the propulsion system was taking it that way in reverse, but current was also, and also wind was pushing. So between the three of them, it was well underway because of that. So I was just wondering if it was supposed to be going out a different way.
I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be going the other direction. Yep.
Yeah. So, because I was, the curiosity factor there was the fact that there's a lot of effect by, nobody said this either that I've heard. There's a lot of effect to tidal height there too, because with from high and low tide, I know up through the Hudson River, just above that, it can be somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 feet. So I would assume in that area too that, you'd have at least a couple, 3-4 feet of difference from low tide to high tide. And of course it was going out at 8:20 at night. And of course that's when we kind of have the moon around, and the lunar effect on tidal water also has an issue too. So I'm just wondering what everybody's calculations were and all that, if that was the case, that it was actually supposed to be going out that way, and maybe they didn't, calculate how high the water was, which would affect the clearance of the top to go under the bridge. I don't know. As I say, lots of questions to be asked, a lot of answers to find out before we start talking, worrying about who's at fault or what's going on or all that stuff. So I think I'm kind of in line with you with the former President Biden there with this diagnosis that, so we were kind of watching the NBC News and they showed a PSA number for current President Trump. They showed a PSA number for former President Barack Hussein Obama.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a PSA number for one former Joe Biden.
No.
There was no number. So did they never perform a PSA test on him? Is there have you seen any results from any of those testing for prostate type cancer?
I'd say the doctors buried that information.
Oh, they wouldn't do that, would they? I mean, this is America. We're told the truth from our government, aren't we? Yeah. Okay. Anyways, so I tell my wife, I said, the guy's what, 81 years old? somewhere in that area. Why do these people like Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi, and we can go on and all the way to, what was this guy's name from West Virginia? I believe it was Byrd, that was, 192 years old or something when he left
right.
the House of Representatives. Why do these people, well, we know why, because they're power hungry and they think they need to rule everybody, but don't they want to go home and actually enjoy their lives, what would be normal people's retirement, enjoy their lives, enjoy their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren? Why don't they want to leave, Your Honor, other than the fact they're power hungry and want to have, tell all of us what we're supposed to do? But anyways, I guess I probably answered my own question.
You answered your own question. Yes, you did.
So anyways, I don't know. It's just kind of sad that, people can't just give up and then, go on and trust the the United States will actually continue on without them, being in supposed offices that they're holding. But anyways, so I don't know. Other than that, kind of quiet out here. Haven't heard much anything about trailer trucking news at all. So I guess all that's kind of going on. Have you gotten any numbers from last week at all yet? Has anybody said anything from last week? Have we had any listeners talk about, going in and having to stick their tongue out and say or anything?
Yeah, most everyone we spoke to sounded like they weren't really seeing a whole hell of a lot going on. I think heat wave was about the only one I think that got caught up in anything. Most were saying it was pretty darn quiet. Scales were closed over and over and over. It said this one's not open, that one's not open. The PSA score. Now, apparently, and I've never heard this. I'm not 70 years old, but I guess I could ask my doctor. They say some doctors don't recommend screening, like a PSA screening once you're over the age of 70. Now, why would that be? Joe Biden's PSA levels were not released during his presidency. While a PSA test may have been conducted, it's possible the results were not disclosed. Medical records do not mention a PSA test during his final physical in February of last year. They say the decision to disclose medical information is up to the White House. And there is a history of presidents concealing medical issues. Obviously, the PSA, that's what you screen for prostate cancer. But the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force recommends against PSA-based screening for men 70 and older. That means Joe may not have been getting regular PSA tests. Now, the White House is not obligated to release a president's medical records. Additionally, some medical professionals speculate Biden may have decided to discontinue PSA screening due to his age and overall health goals. Well, the exact timeline of Biden screenings remains unclear. The focus on PSA is because it is a common test for prostate cancer, and elevated levels could indicate a problem. However, high PSA levels don't always mean cancer, and PSA screening is not recommended for all men. But Biden's diagnosis with a Gleason score of 9, which indicates an aggressive form of prostate cancer, this score is a measure of how fast the cancer is likely to grow and spread. So maybe anyone over the age of 70, we all have a certain number of days we're only going to live. We do not have an infinite amount of time, right? But you would think The older you get, the more likely that you're going to. I mean, I've heard some say that if you live long enough, every man's going to eventually get prostate cancer. But in most cases, something else is going to get you. Yeah, in other words, you're going to die of something other than the prostate cancer. I don't know how true that is, but I've heard that for years. If you live long enough, every man's going to deal with it. I mean, some of the headlines, ABC News says, why Biden may not have known about his aggressive prostate cancer. MSNBC, why Biden's prostate cancer could have appeared so suddenly. NPR, Trump suggests, without evidence, that Biden delayed sharing his diagnosis, because he did kind of address that this past day. He said, hey, when you get to stage 9, that takes some time. And as we shared earlier, one doctor saying, most likely at least 5 to 7 years, possibly even longer. So we'll get a quick time out here. Pappy's on board, Scrapyard checking in. Vic checking in from the Hoosier State, where the bikers are going to be rolling through later today, headed to Washington, D.C. for the Memorial Day weekend. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News. I'm Lance Pry. President Trump announced his 2-hour phone call with Russian President Putin went well. President Trump's takeaway is that the presidents Putin and Zelensky will now have direct dialogue to negotiate a ceasefire and, more importantly, end the war. Trump said Russia wants to be a big trading partner with the United States. Putin called it large scale, and the president agreed once the bloodbath is over. The Pope chimed in and said he would love to host the ceasefire negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. In a big win for the President's America First agenda, the Budget Committee advanced a sweeping budget bill to advance President Trump's big, beautiful bill. Also, FBI Director Kash Patel confirmed yesterday that the Bureau is looking into New York Attorney General Letitia James and her real estate transactions. Thousands of tubs of ice cream are being recalled. Iowa-based Wells Enterprises, the makers of Blue Bunny ice cream, are voluntarily recalling 22 different products because of concerns they might be contaminated with plastic. The FDA said over 18,000 3-gallon tubs of Blue Bunny, Halo Top, Bomb Pop ice cream, and frozen yogurt products are a part of the recall. The president of CBS News is stepping down from the role as the network deals with a $20 billion lawsuit filed by President Trump. Wendy McMahon said in a memo to CBS News staff, leading the organization has been a privilege and joy, but noted the past few months have been challenging. Trump sued CBS News, saying 60 Minutes edited a pre-election interview with former Vice President Harris to make her look competent. Billie Eilish has announced 21 new U.S. dates as part of her Hit Me Hard and Soft tour. That will kick off October 9th in Miami, Florida. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Parts of Northern California are under a red flag warning until 8 o'clock tonight. The alert is for areas like central and southern Sacramento Valley, Carquinez Strait and Delta, and the northern San Joaquin Valley, all below 1,000 feet in elevation. Nick Eisen is with the Fairfield Fire Department.
Any small fire could become a big fire, especially with the winds and the low humidities that we're experiencing. I personally think it's going to be a long fire season.
A neurosurgeon offers some summer activities that you can do to help increase your bone strength.
Deborah Benzel is a neurosurgeon at Cleveland Clinic.
Once you've sustained a fracture related to osteoporosis, your chances of having a second one are 10 times higher. Even with all the advances of medications that we have these days, prevention really is the key in this disease.
Exercise plays a big role, and some activities include gardening, going for a walk, playing catch with your kids or grandkids, swimming, or even walking in the pool. There is a test available to check your bone density. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Authorities in Ohio are resuming their search for a 5-year-old after a deadly train collision. 2 adults and 2 children were walking across a railroad bridge over the Sandusky River in Fremont, that's southeast of Toledo, yesterday when a train came by. Thanks for being there, my friend. It's well appreciated. In Las Vegas, I'm Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
into a Tuesday. Trust your week's off to a good start. Yeah, I heard my phone was getting some messages there, and I said, who's messaging me at this time of the morning? And lo and behold, it's our old pal Dean Michael, the tax doctor. He sent me a bunch of photographs. He said, hey, brother, it's Dean here. I'm in Germany. I found it very interesting that many of the big rigs driven here are mostly Mercedes. The truckers are driving in luxury out here. Everything's so clean. The roads are immaculate. All the vehicles as well. Porsches, BMW, Mercedes, and Volkswagen. I took a quick photo of the truck stop that my hotel was next to. If you zoom into this picture, you'll notice just about every other truck is a Mercedes. I'll be flying back home today, but I just wanted to share this with you. All right, sent me a number of photos from his trip to Germany there. Good to hear from you, Dean. Do appreciate. All right, so safe travels there, back from Germany. There are some pretty nice-looking trucks, but it's pretty much cab overs. One cab over after another, right? All right. Hello, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Yeah, baby. Got the old spring in there and string backle. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I did have to YouTube because they had these little paws that came out that engaged the flywheel, and things had to be put in a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, man, back up and running. Steve, what do you think a political scandal of the century is? I mean, we're hearing maybe some good things coming here. We had political opponents spied on.
Mm-hmm.
Political opponents thrown in jail. Attempted to imprison your running mate for president of the United States. The whole Trump insurrectionist thing. Steve, bear with me here. Let me throw this out here. I'm telling you what I think the political scandal of the century, if not in the entire history of the United States, is this corrupt criminal organization, the Democrat Party. Steve, it's my belief, man, that they knew about Biden's mental health back when he was vice president. And they capitalized on it. That's why he was put into office in 2020. That election was rigged, Steve. Come on, man.
See, now with I don't know if you caught when I shared Trump's post from Truth Social, pretty lengthy. He started off referencing the auto pen. Whoever controlled the auto pen controlled the presidency, but he's going back in time, and he's referencing the 2020 election was stolen. Millions of people knew it. And I kind of said at the time, he knows something new has been uncovered. And then I came across that interview on Fox News there with Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, the new heads of the FBI, and they're saying they're uncovering things now. Yeah, and Kash Patel was the head investigator into the whole, what was it, Operation Crossfire, the Russian collusion thing. And he said, we're finding things that he wasn't even privy to when he was the lead investigator. I mean, it does sound like and he said what? Give me a week or two? Give me a week or two and they're going to unveil some of this stuff?
Steve, I literally think that the Democrat Party had a coup against their own political party leader. Think of this. That they put this guy in power. They put this guy in office, knowing about his mental state. And when you talk about that auto pen, right?
Yep.
Steve, this was in cahoots with the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA. They literally infiltrated the White House. Top Democrat leaders. Name them off. People that's probably responsible for this. Pelosi, Obama, Chucky Schumer, Shifty Schiff, the list goes on, but those are the top ones.
Yep.
Hiding his mental state, okay, that's maybe not criminal. But when you start affecting policy changes falsely, right? Knowingly, falsely, with this auto pen, signing the president's name to an executive order that he has no clue is being signed. And we have evidence of that. And what is that evidence? That interview with Johnson. When he said he went in and talked to Biden about that whole natural gas executive order. Biden's looking at him like, I didn't sign no executive order. And Johnson is literally arguing with him.
Yes, you did.
Mr. President, do I got to go get the document? And Johnson came out and said, I believed he was telling the truth. He had no idea that this banning the natural gas sale was done. The next day, he turned around and reversed it. These people literally were running the government behind the president's back without him even knowing, and the daggone communist media assisted in this cover-up. Steve, I'm telling you, if this is true, and I believe it is, this is the biggest scandal. Are you kidding me? They always accuse your opponents of what they are doing, or trying to accuse Trump of insurrection, and man, this is, you might say, that can't be. It's unfathomable. Is it really? Is it really? Man, I hope if this is true, you talk about the American people really waking up and seeing what this Democratic Party is all about. Trying to destroy this country with their woke agenda, opening the borders the way they did, Steve, the way they are treating these criminals that cross the border and committing heinous crimes against American citizens. And they are going to die on the hill with this, man. I mean, it's like common sense just went out the window, and they expect the average person to buy all this. And they're doubling down. You would have thought after the election, when they got stomped. We'll see what happens, man. I'm telling you, I hope, if this is true, if my theory is correct here, there's going to be some severe consequences. Severe consequences. All right, my man, that's all I got. Probably enough for one night.
Well, and Trump finished off his little post there on Truth Social with "the fight has just begun." Like what we've divulged, what we've discovered, the fight has just begun. We shall see. But Kash Patel, he was on with what's her name, Marie Bartiromo, I think, on Fox this past Sunday morning, I do believe, and both Kash Patel and Dan Bongino side by side there. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, and we head on down to Arkansas, checking with Scrapyard. You've been playing in the storms down there, Scrapyard?
Unfortunately, I got rolled over on my way up to Springdale from down around Little Rock twice. I almost got rolled over. And luckily, I had a heavy load, kept me nailed down, but I'm going back for 1,200 in the box right now. And talk about increase your pucker factor. Okay, I got a couple of emergency statements. Interstate 49 up there, exit 58. Tobo's truck stop right now is closed. They've lost all power. A couple hours ago, a tornado went down there into Greenland, south end of Fayetteville. The Air Museum and the Dollar General are wiped out, and we have a salvage yard that is wedged in tight right in between them. Apparently, it's gone too. But that area down in there, some of our managers apparently went down there to check on our salvage yard facility there, and they got turned away. They wouldn't even let them get in. That tornado skipped across pretty good. And the Bobby Hopper Tunnel, there've been several wrecks over the past few weeks in there, and it's slicker than you know what. I progressed, like I said, only 1,200 in the box, and I was doing 42 mile an hour southbound. Truck cut a jackknife on me inside of the tunnel there, so take it with extreme caution. I would not be going full beams, even if you're fully loaded. It's pretty bad inside of there tonight. We've had numerous tornado warnings across Arkansas since 5 p.m. and flood warnings and such all over the place. So y'all please be careful.
It's been another very active night. That is correct. In southeast Missouri.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, still having tornado-warned cells there in parts of Missouri.
Yes, sir. I'm just now looking at the radar on the return trip, one of my weather apps, and it looked like Walt Disney threw up on his shoes and fell backward on a landmine. Yeah, it's a technicolor nightmare what I'm looking at here.
Yeah.
Right at and on Pappy on that lawnmower situation, all that paws in there. It's called a symbol unit. It's called a cranking dog. In there, that latches them paws in and all that. And my daddy, God rest his soul, was a small engine mechanic and taught me how to rebuild such things. And it's called a cranking dog.
Well, all righty, Scrapyard. We'll keep it between the ditches, as they say. Play it in the storms down there. It's been a very active night.
I'm sure trying.
Sometimes that gets difficult to do, right? A lot of these storms, still numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. I think the latest warned tornado warning in southeast Missouri goes for about another 10 minutes. But a lot of straight line winds, 60 mile an hour. A lot of quarter, ping pong ball size hail again tonight. That's just kind of in this day after day, the central states getting hammered. All right, what do we have? 22 past the hour, and Vic checks in this Tuesday. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I was listening to Scrapyard there talking about his dad being a small engine mechanic. I wouldn't qualify myself as a small engine mechanic, but I do like messing with them. And did you get that YouTube video I sent you today about when Briggs and Stratton had that wind-up thing where you crank?
The early ratchet start small engines, yes.
Okay. Well, the reason I was kind of curious, I don't know why, but the voice thing of Robin Olds, he was a legendary fighter pilot back in the Vietnam War and tricked the Vietnamese and the Chinese into thinking they were flying F-100s when they were actually flying F-4s, and he wiped out about a third of the North Vietnamese Air Force in about 2 hours. So I don't why that came on there. I have no idea. But anyway, you got the video with that. And that print, I don't know what the deal is, my print on emails, it's terribly small. So I didn't know if you guys kind of wrote an explanation there. And Briggs, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, made Briggs and Stratton quit selling that particular type of mechanisms there. And I know at the time, it's a hardware store that my family owned and stuff. People would come in and want to, work on that ratcheting thing or whatever, and they'd be told, no, we have to put a regular rope starter type thing on the top of it. And some would get a little bit irate about it, but, that was what had to be done at the time. I don't know if they've improved that ratchet starter or not, but the big thing was that there were a lot of injury lawsuits over that. And when you were talking about this intentional injury from foreign drivers, I was just thinking about all the bad accidents they've had and everything else. But what I don't really understand is the insurance investigators. I don't even know if they exist anymore, but insurance investigators used to really investigate a lot of these intentional accidents and intentional injuries. And like in Illinois, they got to where they wouldn't insure farmers for any things for like injuries to your hands and eyes, and because there were so many people getting caught up in the corn pickers and combines and one thing and another that at one time, if you were a farmer in Illinois, you couldn't even get insured for, any sort of amputation or anything of that nature.
Wow.
And the question was always was it intentional or was it carelessness? And so they just, rather than trying to figure out what, because the farmers and a lot of us were kind of, when we're out working in the field, we have a tendency to wear kind of ragged clothing. And if that machine gets a hold of one of those thing's dragging down, it's going to do some damage somewhere. So, but this whole the whole fraudulent insurance thing, we're all paying higher premiums because of that. And I was thinking about whenever Obama came along, he said that, insurance companies, they were only going to be allowed to make so much money, and they had to refund money if they didn't pay out so much in claims. I don't know if you remember all that or not, but that totally destroyed the business model for insurance people, because sometimes they don't have a lot of claims, and sometimes they have excessive claims, and they have to build up capital over the years. So I don't know if insurance companies employ investigators the way they used to or not, and maybe they're just leaving it all up to the official people to kind of see what's going on. So that was really the main comment that I wanted to make about that. And real quick, he was talking about that deal with Biden. We know he had a lot of problems. He had to wear diapers, so the odds that he wasn't being checked out is kind of between slim and none. And you were talking about the PSA thing over 70, when your body starts to shut down, it generates a lot of I forget what the antigens, that basically that's what's there that triggers the body to fight certain diseases. And that might be why they just have a general rule: once you get past 70, you're going to generate a lot of antigens. But that's not true for all people, but just as a general rule of thumb. And that's a pure guess on my part, but the whole deal there, Pappy was talking about the corruption in the government. That started with the JFK assassination, and it just got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, because there are things that this government did around the world that was getting us in a lot of problems, and JFK was starting to look at it. And we rigged elections around the world, and that's kind of coming out. So when we're down to this point here, and he's talking about the crossfire hurricane and all that, Obama's been in this whole mess for as long as I can remember, and even back whenever they had the housing crisis under Bush and everything.
Hey, and there, Vic, we gotta get to the news break. So, all right, we'll return after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is announcing plans that would put Israel in control of the Gaza Strip. The Israeli Defense Forces started a large-scale operation called Gideon's Chariot, which includes moves for Israel to take over food and aid distribution to Palestinians in the Strip in coordination with American companies. Prime Minister Netanyahu says this is the war and victory plan. Reuters has reported that aid trucks were seen heading into northern Gaza Strip, marking the first movement after nearly 3 months of a blockade. Wendy McMahon, president of CBS News, is stepping down from the role as the network deals with a $20 billion lawsuit filed by President Trump, claiming the network edited a Kamala interview to make her look more coherent. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Some sponsor because they want to reach a particular set of fans and pullers. Others have a tractor, truck, or modified in the fight for a championship. Whatever the reason, NTPA divisional sponsors are making a name for themselves in 2025. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. In this report, we showcase the sponsorships of a slightly narrower focus, namely those companies who have poured their resources into the support of a specific facet of NTPA championship pulling. But first, a reminder for competitors who intend to participate in Grand National classes this season. Once again, entry for Grand National level classes will be conducted entirely online. Registration for all open entry classes this season is now open at ntpa.tracksideapp.com, and you should log in with the same username and password that you did when completing your membership applications. Entry for free entry and paid Galaxy Tour competitors will be automatically conducted by the NTPA office. For all others, entry for each GN class will close on the preceding Monday at noon. That means we're less than 2 weeks away from the close of entry for Hutchinson, Minnesota on Monday, June 2nd. Contact the office at 614-436-1761 for more information. Newfields Ag sponsors the Grand National Superstock Diesel Tractor Division. Headquartered in Grand Mound, Iowa, Newfields Ag provides liquid biologicals, liquid and dry seed treatments, planter box lubricants, and biologicals and other crop inputs. For more information about Newfields Ag, visit newfieldsag.com. High Torque IMI Performance Products Incorporated sponsors the Grand National Superfarm Tractor Division. Headquartered in Whittier, California, High Torque manufactures the highest quality gear reduction starter motors on the market today. For more information about High Torque, visit hightorque.com. Yoder Popcorn sponsors the Grand National Pro Stock Tractor Division. Fine products and friendly service are provided by Sharon Yoder, her husband Richard, and their youngest son Russ and his wife Elise. The Yoders farm 2,000 acres, and Russ competes on the GN circuit with the Extra Butter Minneapolis Moline Pro Stock. For more information about Yoder Popcorn, visit yoderpopcorn.com. Dr. Preload sponsors the Grand National Super Semi Truck Division. Headquartered in Fonda, New York, Dr. Preload is a product of Temperaxle, a leader in specializing bearing adjustment solutions for over 40 years. For more information about Dr. Preload, visit drpreload.com. CM Pulling Tires sponsors the Grand National Modified Mini Division. Headquartered in Reynolds, Indiana, CM Pulling Tires opened in 2015 with a mission of producing winners and providing good service at reasonable rates. In addition to the Mayhill-owned Giant Puller tire, brands offered for sale include Firestone, Mitas, Parks, and Pro Puller. For more information about CM Pulling Tires, visit the CM Pulling Tires Facebook page. GMS Manufacturing Machines sponsors the Grand National Light Modified Division. Headquartered in Butler County, Ohio, GMS produces hundreds of parts for competitive tractor pulling teams around the world. For more information about GMS Manufacturing Machine, visit gms-parts.com. S&S Diesel Motorsport sponsors the Regional National Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 Truck Division. Headquartered in Seymour, Indiana, S&S Diesel Motorsport creates innovative products for top-level competition and California Air Resource Board compliant street use. For more information about S&S Diesel Motorsport, visit ssdiesel.com or call 812-521-0123. Next week, we'll give the final collection of national sponsors their due. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. Pulling season about to get into full swing. And Hot Shot Secret will be on location at many of these events taking place around the country. Hey, good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers, and a totally terrific Tuesday to you too.
There you go.
Yep. And get that simplified shout out to Truck and Field and Captain Ron, and let them have a totally terrific Tuesday also there. That PSA test, it's a lot easier than the finger in your backside or get that colonoscopy there. So
yes.
I just do the blood and urine test myself there. Right? That's what I'm all for. Well, let's talk a little bit about Memorial Day. Memorial Day is a day set aside to honor those that gave the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Don't thank me for my service on that day. I didn't die yet, so I haven't died in combat anyway. I come close, but I didn't die. So say a prayer for those that lost a loved one in a war. So that's the best thing to do there, right?
Right.
What did you say that number 86 was for?
Terminate.
Terminate. I never heard that. I like that number 69 myself better, so I just give that number to Tennessee. And what's the line from that song? Going down till the sun comes up, right? That's my kind of. And I heard on your news that plastic ice cream can't be too good. See, I don't know if I'd like plastic in my ice cream.
And that's a whole lot of Blue Bunny ice cream being recalled, too. I guess that all goes in the dumpster?
Yep, absolutely. Oh, it'd have to. Well, you know, they say we've got a lot of plastic inside our body already from the stuff we've eaten. Back when I was in the Marine Corps there, we used to eat dirt out there in the field. I know some of my food got dirt in it, so but anyway, you know, you were talking about some small engines last night, and again tonight there. If you go to puregas.org, it'll give you places in your state and in your city where you can get 100% gasoline, ethanol free there. So that's what I do. The place I got is about 5 miles from my house. So I just go down there and get real gas. I don't put that phony baloney corn-fed gas in there. So, and the best thing to do is keep your gas good and pure, right? With the bill, right?
That is correct.
And then you got to keep inside of your motor with Hot Shot Fiction Eliminator in there good. And Hot Shot Secret's got some good additives you can add too there. So, hey, just keep the show going there, right? Keep your spark plugs new. Put the right gap on them too. Most small engines are 0.020 to 0.025 there. So, and get you a real feeler gauge. Don't get that cheap thing AutoZone gives away down there. That thing ain't worth a flip there. So, and clean air filters are a mandatory. So, and, get some good oil too. I guess Hot Shot Secret's got some good oil too, right?
Yes, they do. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. All right. Well, y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. Hey, cause, his voice is about to give out on him there. So y'all get in here and do more talking than what he does there. So, you feeling all right, Steve?
I'm feeling all right. Yeah, thank you very much, Knucklebuster.
All right. Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear that, sir. So we don't want you losing your voice, sir, because we need you out here every night there. Huh? But we'll call in that loneliest hour and put some more baloney out there.
Between now and then, safe travels, Knucklebuster. All right, Philip in Florida coming up here. First of all, two charged in connection with a cargo heist that took place on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. 24-year-old Lorenzo Vaduva and 38-year-old Gabriel Chishu facing charges of theft, conspiracy, and reckless endangerment in connection to the theft of some $287,000 worth of Apple merchandise, according to the state police. Documents obtained by ABC 27, a truck driver picked up a load of Apple watches and MacBooks in Carlisle. The load was secured with a bolt seal, and a GPS tracker was installed. Truck driver made his way to the PA Turnpike. After getting onto the turnpike, a box truck and a sedan went in front of the semi, forcing the driver to brake. Another vehicle followed closely behind the semi-truck with its headlights off, even though it was dark. When the truck driver pulled off at the Sidling Hill Travel Plaza in Taylor Township, he noticed the trailer seal was broken. The GPS tracker was unsecured. Now, he said he had not stopped since picking up the load. So we contacted state police. Troopers observed opened pallets inside the trailer, able to obtain some dash cam footage from a stationary patrol vehicle showing the victim's semi driving on the turnpike with the doors open and items falling out. The video also showed the vehicle with no headlights following close behind, as well as a white van driving next to the victim's truck. Troopers were able to identify the suspect's vehicle and tracked him down to a store in Perry County where they had been abandoned by using surveillance video from the business, as well as social media, phone records, and assistance from Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Troopers were able to identify these two as suspects. So in a heist, actually, as you're rolling down the interstate, not stopped at an intersection, and that's something like out of a Hollywood film. Getting in the back of the truck while the truck's rolling down the interstate. But hey there, good morning, Philip. What's going on?
Morning, buddy. How you doing today?
Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday, right on. And then tomorrow will be Hump Day.
Yeah.
Right on. Hey, Steve, before I start talking about anything, JJ the Boss, we all know who he is with Memphis Street Outlaws. His daughter got in a car accident over the weekend. It was pretty bad out there. They're at Boone Creek, and she was racing with Brian Britt. I want to thank Brian came on yesterday talking about it on his channel and giving kind of a little bit of an update. And so I hope Leanne's doing better. I had to airlift her out from the track. That's the side of racing that we really don't like to see, but it happens, and I'm pretty sure she's going to mend up. But it's a pretty bad crash. Just wanted to keep them in our thoughts and prayers.
Wow.
But Steve, did you guys talk yesterday about the Palm Springs car bombing?
I don't believe the topic actually even came up, no.
Well, I was watching the news yesterday, and they're still investigating, and I don't know if a lot of y'all know about it or not, but there was a car bombing in Palm Springs, California.
Right.
Over the weekend, at an invert, or what is that, vitro fertilization, IVF clinic. And they saved a lot of the stuff that was in there, but they said that was the largest bomb that had ever went off in California of that magnitude. They said it went down the street, blocks, the concussion from it. So they're still investigating it. They found bomb-making material in the person that was involved with it. He got killed in the car. But I don't know. I just was wondering if y'all had heard about it or not.
Yeah, I mean, I know the only one killed was the guy that actually, the suspect himself, and they had a hard time identifying him. I guess he was blown to smithereens.
Yeah, he didn't survive the deal. They don't know if he was trying to drop the bomb off or it was a suicide bomb thing or what it was exactly. They're still trying to, there's a lot of investigation work to still do on it. But it kind of shocked me. Why would you go for a facility like that in terrorism? And that's what they're calling this terrorism.
It's not an abortion clinic. Years ago there were all kind of bombings at abortion clinics, but this was actually the opposite of that, a fertility clinic.
Yeah, procreation they call it. They don't know if he had something against it or whatever. But it was a very odd story. And I've seen footage of the car and stuff. There wasn't too much left of anything. The building, the concussion was so bad it almost split the building in half. Haven't seen stuff like that in years. Even when we saw the Oklahoma City deal, how much damage was done on that building. This building was quite smaller, don't get me wrong, but man, it was a pretty bad explosion. I hope nobody else got hurt in this deal, because I tell you what, it blew a lot of debris a lot of different ways. Their businesses down the street, they said at least, with glass damage about 300 yards from it, glass damage. But they said it went even further than that in some areas. It's almost like, you remember when that Learjet crashed not too long ago?
Right. With
that medical deal in it? And, there was a Wendy's there was a Denny's down the street that part of an oxygen container that was in that plane went almost about an eighth of a mile, something like that, and ended up hurting a man and I believe killed him. But, man, it's just crazy when you see this stuff. You're like, wow. But what you guys were talking about earlier, I think that they've known about all this stuff forever, Steve. I think all these guys know about it. And, I think the information is coming out even more now that, Bongino and people like that are in place to out it. There's a lot that American public don't know that I don't think we should know. And I know there's been stuff that's been hid over the years by everybody, but I'm with Vic. It kind of started back in the JFK days, all that stuff. So, but that's pretty much how I got today, Stephen. Before I go, also I want to mention to Brain Dead if you got a chance, I hear there's a story that there's a lot of people boycotting the Indy 500 because Danica Patrick is going to be on doing the televising of it. Have you heard anything about that, Steve?
I have not heard anything about Danica Patrick in the headlines.
Yeah, there was some story out there about that there's a lot of people that are boycotting the Indy 500 because Danica is doing the production. You know, she's going to be one of the commentators on the production side of it. I think it's a bunch of hoopla myself. I didn't think Danica was. She's a good driver, but I didn't think she was like a stellar driver, like up in the big leagues. I mean, she was in the big leagues, but I don't think she was like Earnhardt or somebody like that, or even Mario Andretti. But she did her deal in racing, and she made her deal, and we all know what Danica's about and everything, and I don't think people should be beating her down because of that. You know what I mean? So that's all I got today, buddy. Y'all have a good one. Thank you for having me.
All right. Yeah, I hadn't really seen anything about Danica in the headlines, but a quick search there is several headlines. Danica Patrick shares Indy 500 qualifying on-air selfie as fans complain. Another headline, Danica Patrick has a blunt message for critical Indy 500 fans. Danica Patrick receives an icy response from angry race fans. And it's obvious why. I'll try to get more on that story. But first of all, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
So I know Danica's been in the broadcast booth, the NASCAR broadcast booth as of the last couple of years. According to Fox Sports, I guess the announcement that she will be part of the Indy 500 broadcast. She'll be part of the pre-race coverage on Fox Sports Sunday morning. Tony Stewart, the 1997 IndyCar Series champion, and Danica Patrick, who led 19 laps in the iconic race in 2005, finishing 3rd in 2009. The highest finish ever by a woman, joined by veteran Fox broadcaster Chris Myers, kind of bolstering the Fox IndyCar broadcast lineup. With the announcement, fans not happy? with Danica's inclusion. Some of the post, I guess, via Instagram and whatnot. One fan says, no, Danica. Another says, can we please stop adding Danica Patrick to the broadcast? She does not add anything. Another says, why Danica Patrick? Get a driver that's actually relevant to the Indy 500. Another says, I love Tony. I'm glad I'll be in the stands and won't have to listen to Danica. Even though she will have insight on all the wrecks from firsthand experience. Oh, that's smarts. Danica, I guess, responds, she is standing by her inclusion. She had a simple message for any upset Indy 500 fans. She says, always a blast and an honor to help cover the Indy 500. Qualifying was exciting with a rookie on the pole for next Sunday. Tune in to IndyCar Fox for the 109th running of the greatest spectacle in racing. Okay, so there you go. Song choice is a nostalgic throwback to my first Indy 500 in 2005. This song was live as we walked out to the grid for the race. I finished fourth. Then in 2009, Three Doors Down was the big concert Friday night. Inside the Track, I met them as well, finished third that year. So the 2025 Indy 500, scheduled Sunday morning, the green flag, just before 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. I don't know, guess you take it with a grain of salt. Just like anyone else in the spotlight, there's lovers and there's haters. And, hey, this program is pretty much in that category as well. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News. I'm Lance Pry. President Trump announced his 2-hour phone call with Russian President Putin went well. President Trump's takeaway is that the presidents Putin and Zelensky will now have direct dialogue to negotiate a ceasefire and, more importantly, end the war. Trump said Russia wants to be a big trading partner with the United States. Putin called it large scale, and the president agreed once the bloodbath is over. The Pope chimed in and said he would love to host the ceasefire negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. In a big win for the President's America First agenda, the Budget Committee advanced a sweeping budget bill to advance President Trump's big, beautiful bill. Also, FBI Director Kash Patel confirmed yesterday that the Bureau is looking into New York Attorney General Letitia James and her real estate transactions. Thousands of tubs of ice cream are being recalled. Iowa-based Wells Enterprises, the makers of Blue Bunny ice cream, are voluntarily recalling 22 different products because of concerns they might be contaminated with plastic. The FDA said over 18,000 3-gallon tubs of Blue Bunny, Halo Top, Bomb Pop ice cream, and frozen yogurt products are a part of the recall. The president of CBS News is stepping down from the role as the network deals with a $20 billion lawsuit filed by President Trump. Wendy McMahon said in a memo to CBS News staff, leading the organization has been a privilege and joy, but noted the past few months have been challenging. Trump sued CBS News, saying 60 Minutes edited a pre-election interview with former Vice President Harris to make her look competent. Billie Eilish has announced 21 new U.S. dates as part of her Hit Me Hard and Soft tour. That will kick off October 9th in Miami, Florida. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Parts of Northern California are under a red flag warning until 8 o'clock tonight. The alert is for areas like central and southern Sacramento Valley, Carquinez Strait and Delta, and the northern San Joaquin Valley, all below 1,000 feet in elevation. Nick Eisen is with the Fairfield Fire Department.
Any small fire could become a big fire, especially with the winds and the low humidities that we're experiencing. I personally think it's going to be a long fire season.
A neurosurgeon offers some summer activities that you can do to help increase your bone strength.
Deborah Benzel is a neurosurgeon at Cleveland Clinic.
Once you've sustained a fracture related to osteoporosis, your chances of having a second one are 10 times higher. Even with all the advances of medications that we have these days, prevention really is the key in this disease.
Exercise plays a big role, and some activities include gardening, going for a walk, playing catch with your kids or grandkids, swimming, or even walking in the pool. There is a test available to check your bone density. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Authorities in Ohio are resuming their search for a 5-year-old after a deadly train collision. 2 adults and 2 children were walking across a railroad bridge over the Sandusky River in Fremont, that's southeast of Toledo, yesterday when a train came by. Thanks for being there, my friend. It's well appreciated. In Las Vegas, I'm Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, for our friends on the West Coast, welcome. Welcome into a Tuesday. We cross over the midnight hour, 20th day of May. And we start things this hour. Here we are, less than a month after Aurora Innovations celebrated their first truly driverless run. The company has announced that they're going to be placing a human back in the driver's seat. Citing a request from PACCAR, Aurora said that their autonomous operations will continue on Interstate 45 in Texas, but there will be a person in the front seat. Here for the last several weeks, the company's been operating 2 totally driverless trucks between Houston and Dallas. In some cases, actually no one on board. In other cases, there was a person in the back seat, but PACCAR requested that we have a person in the driver's seat because of certain prototype parts in their base vehicle platform. According to a post from Aurora's CEO this past Friday, now we're confident this is not required to operate the truck safely based on the exhaustive testing and that populates our safety case, but PACCAR is a longtime partner, and after much consideration, we respected their request. We are moving the Observer, who had been riding in the back of some of our trips from the back seat to the front seat. Of course, it was on the 1st of May. They announced they had indeed deployed their first fully driverless truck on April 27. The first company to successfully and safely operate a commercial driverless trucking service on public roads. Now, soon after, it was also revealed that Aurora's driverless runs were extremely limited. The company has been operating only 2 such trucks. Plus, the trucks were limited to running in the daylight hours and could not operate in even light rain or windy conditions in order to comply with the FMCSA's warning device regulation. At least one of the trucks had a passenger in the back seat. Now, the CEO also said the company has logged more than 6,000 driverless miles since that April 27 deployment. That means each truck averaged about 160 miles per day with no one in the driver's seat. Now, they had been operating for months with a safety driver, months and months of testing, utilizing the autonomous technology, but the safety driver was always there to take over if needed. Now, in his post, the term now used for the person in the driver's seat is listed as observer. The observer will not operate the vehicle. The Aurora driver will continue to be fully responsible for all driving tasks, including pulling over to a safe location if required. And we've shown that we can do that safely. 6,000 driverless miles along our commercial launch between Dallas and Houston. This change has no impact on our near, mid, or long-term development plans. Now, this decision to have a human on board kind of clears up any confusion about whether they were actually complying with the federal regulations that require the driver of a stopped vehicle to place the warning devices we touched on last week. Now, if one of the trucks without a person was stopped on a shoulder, the company had announced their plan had been for one of their trucks that actually has a passenger would arrive and that person would place out the warning devices. They made it sound like they could, in most cases, get that done within the required 10 minutes from the time a truck pulls over. So, yeah, that move kind of prompted questions about whether Aurora's plan truly complies with regulations. Now, with a person in the driver's seat, those questions will be laid to rest. But it's not clear how long they plan to operate with a person in the driver's seat. Either way, the company appears determined that they're going to expand operations from Fort Worth to El Paso, Texas, and eventually to Phoenix, Arizona before the end of this year. So they've got big plans. But hey, let's see what's going on with the, is that the right-wing nut? Good morning.
Yes, morning. Right-wing nut, yeah. Oh, so those fans are upset about Danica Patrick being over there as a commentator on Fox for the Indy 500.
Yes.
Well, I tell you what, she's a good-looking girl. She can handle herself, and I tell you what, if she wanted to, she can shift my gears. Step on the gas and go, baby. I'm on for the ride. Oh, so PACCAR, is that a cigar by what's that old girl's name that was Clinton's girlfriend while he was in the White House?
Yeah, Lewinsky. That's
yeah. Is that something Lewinsky has, or what exactly is PACCAR?
That's an automotive vehicle manufacturer there, right wing.
Oh, okay, all right. I thought it was a cigar, that Lewinsky would made. Oh, I bet those cigars she makes would be sweet and blunt. Well, let's see what else is going on out there. Well, I heard Knucklebuster talk about 69. Well, they changed it to 96 because the price of eating out went up. Well, it's a good thing I always eat at home, huh? Well, at least when I can. Other than that, I don't know. Seems like to me Trump's doing his job that we elected him to do, and people that he chose are doing the job that they're told to do. And well, I tell you what, if it weren't for the Democrats and the rhinos, this would be going on a lot smoother. Excuse me, I'm starting to choke up here. I've been chewing on some caramel-colored or covered popcorn there, but yeah, I'll tell you what is the problem with these rhinos and Democrats, for that matter, trying to get a balanced budget and something that we actually make money on. They said last month we were in the positive $258 billion. So we had a surplus for the month.
Yes.
Second only to 22, which I don't know. I think that was during COVID or some nonsense like that. But yeah, he's trying to level. I believe is a good idea. If you don't want our product in your country, hey, but you want yours and ours, well, yeah, we ought to charge you a hell of a lot more to sell your product in our country. But if you open it up to our markets, 10% reciprocal, I think that'd be all right. But what the hell would I know? I'm just a truck driver. Well, they're talking about, those cackling hens are still griping and complaining that they're not considered astronauts. Well, you know what? It takes a little bit more than just being weightless for 30 seconds to
right.
a minute.
Yes, sir.
I mean, hell, I can float in a damn ride at the county fair. It don't make me a astronaut. It makes me want to hurl, but I mean, I'm not the one at the controls either. So I wonder, with that line of thinking, could one become a Marine by eating crayons? I don't know. You'd have to ask a true Marine out there, and we got a couple of them, so maybe you ought to ask them which one's their favorite color.
Shall we ask Knucklebuster that
green.
question? When we get to that loneliest hour, I'll have to ask Knucklebuster if I eat crayons, would I be qualified as a Marine? Okay.
Yeah, and what color crayon
is the best
would
flavor?
be preferred?
Yes.
Lime green, mellow yellow, orange, something like that. Yeah. But I'll go ahead and let you go. I'm sure you got other callers just dying to get on there, so you have yourself a good night, and we'll holler at you later.
Good to hear from you, the right-wing nut. Yes, emphasis added there. Have a good morning, 16 past the hour. So, yes, what is the reasoning? Why would Vladimir Putin not converse with Zelensky before conversing with Donald Trump? Either way, the two spent about 2 hours on a call yesterday. Yeah, that would be Trump and Putin. And both of them addressed the call after the fact about bringing the war in Ukraine to a close. Just completed my 2-hour call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. I believe it went very well. Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiations toward a ceasefire and, more importantly, the end to the war, said Trump. Yeah, representatives from Russia and Ukraine will work out the issues for negotiation that will be discussed between the two parties. The tone and the spirit of the conversation were excellent. If it wasn't, I would say so now rather than later. Russia wants to do large-scale trade with the United States when this catastrophic bloodbath is over. And I agree, he says. He argued that there are great economic opportunities for both Russia and Ukraine if peace can be achieved. He then related that he had updated Ukrainian President Zelensky regarding his call with Putin. The Vatican, also represented by the Pope, has stated that it would be very interested in hosting the negotiations. President said, let the process begin. Now, ABC News reporting Putin also spoke with reporters in Sochi following his call with Trump. The President of the United States and I agreed that Russia can and is ready to work with Ukraine on a memorandum on the possible eventual future peace treaty. Russia wants a peaceful resolution of the Ukraine crisis, says Putin. Then Zelensky had posted Sunday that he had met with Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Rome over the weekend. He said, I reaffirmed that Ukraine is ready to engage in real diplomacy and underscored the importance of a full, unconditional ceasefire as soon as possible. So all parties on the same page, supposedly, at this point in time. We'll see where it goes from here.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, it's 21 past the hour. And back to the calls. What's going on, Plowboy?
Well, good morning, Steve. Oh, not too much. Just PSA for everybody. If you're going on any of these side roads in any place in Missouri, like going to a chicken plant or wherever, be damn careful. Southeast of Kansas City, I guess they got all assortment of tree power lines down all over the place, so be careful and back out of it when you're on the road.
Because there had been a boatload of tornado-warned cells. I mean, unlike last night when there were several confirmed large on the ground, these were, everything I had seen tonight had been radar indicated, but obviously some of them have touched down.
Worse, yeah. I've been listening to at least some of the Highway Patrol officers up there, and I mean, it's just been a busy damn night for them. Them officers have been chasing everything. I mean, trees, light lines, and all that. Yeah. Not so much on the flood water, even though we've run a flash flood warning for a little while. I see the right side of the politics won in your greatest state of Ohio. DeWine did not get his want now, did he? Remember here last week, you and I were talking about dumbass DeWine was not going to back.
Yeah, for Ramaswamy.
What's the name?
Yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah, and look like your AG is backed out of running. So looks like it's going to be his name. And, yeah, I think it'll be a hell of a good governor for the great state of Ohio. I know you said Lisa's already on his side, correct?
Yes, 100%.
I know just as soon as he just as soon as he dropped out of Doge and said he's going to do that. Yeah, I'm just going off of that. But,
she doesn't pay a whole lot of attention to politics, so I'm not sure what she was watching. But I guess he was being interviewed by someone, and yeah, she was pretty impressed. She liked what he had to say. So
great, and I hope every young lady over in the great state of Ohio has the same feelings. And yeah, but. I think I've got your answer on your autonomous trucks in the state of Texas. Do you think that might have been a wake-up call? Remember here last week when I said something about Albertson's Teamsters was talking about going on strike if they did not put somebody in that truck?
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if key top dogs didn't say, ooh, this is going to get ugly and it get worse. Now, I've got a question on this one. you said something about on the other side of it, the other truck had to be running with the truck that was driverless, correct? He would almost have to be behind the vehicle. I'm trying not to be facetious, but I'm just thinking, if something were to happen to that truck and it was behind him, you know how everything goes. You wouldn't be if it hit the shoulder, you'd kind of be quick to lose track of him, wouldn't it? If he was behind him, or the driverless truck. That's where I'm at. But we've always joked about some of our drivers out here, especially these new rookies. But I'm sure you've heard of the term fair weather driver. That almost sounds like a fair weather truck, Steve. Does that not to you? Can't drive in the wind, can't drive in the rain, can't drive in this, can't drive in this. Okay. Steve, go to your news from the last 5 years. I'm just getting the bad visual on this piece of crap. You said they were going to look at next, going to El Paso or going to Phoenix. Okay, you can leave Houston, be a nice, pretty day. Be gassing up and looking at that sun all the way to the West Coast. What normally could happen in this time of the year between Tucson and Phoenix, sir? Got any clues?
Yeah, you could see all types, different types of weather developments.
That storm I'm thinking about. That thing would be a wreck looking to happen, sir. Now, I'm being a smart ass when I said it that way, but as the first thing I thought, the dust storm, wind storm.
Yeah.
You never know when it's going to pop up. You can get up and be a shiny day. Oh, heck, it could be a shiny day. You leave your house going to Columbus and you see 3 different seasons at least. Come on, people. It just don't float with me. I'm sorry. It will never float on that one. But, that's about all I got for you this morning. Maybe later on I might think of something other wild stuff.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good morning there, Plowboy. So, yeah, we were talking earlier about, the whole controversy, Indy 500. Yeah, Sunday, the IndyCar officials, they saw something they didn't like. The rear attenuator of Joseph Newgarden's number 2 Penske. Allegedly, the team filled in and smoothed out a part that should not have been modified. Not supposed to touch this part. Now, meanwhile, Will Power actually passed pre-qualifying tech. Despite the modification, he had the same thing. Newgarden didn't pass. The team, they tried to fix the cars in the pit lane, hoping to still take part in Fast 12 qualifying. But that's not allowed, and the cars were ultimately pulled from the grid. It gets kind of interesting from there, and the plot kind of thickens. But, it is 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is announcing plans that would put Israel in control of the Gaza Strip. The Israeli Defense Forces started a large-scale operation called Gideon's Chariot, which includes moves for Israel to take over food and aid distribution to Palestinians in the Strip in coordination with American companies. Prime Minister Netanyahu says this is the war and victory plan. Reuters has reported that aid trucks were seen heading into northern Gaza Strip, marking the first movement after nearly 3 months of a blockade. Wendy McMahon, president of CBS News, is stepping down from the role as the network deals with a $20 billion lawsuit filed by President Trump, claiming the network edited a Kamala interview to make her look more coherent. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Fire Pump Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. Let me see who sent that my way. Yeah, some of these stronger storms again impacting the central states. We've seen Arkansas, Missouri getting hammered on into Illinois. Numerous tornado warned cells. I guess they just issued a new tornado watch that continues until 8 o'clock this morning Central Time. for southeast and southern Illinois, southwest Indiana, western Kentucky. A couple of tornadoes possible, scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and large hail events, 1 inch in diameter possible. A couple bands of thunderstorms forecast to gradually move east along that warm frontal zone and across the watch tonight into the early morning hours. Again, a few brief tornadoes are possible with the stronger storms. Remember, a tornado watch means conditions are favorable for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms in and close to the watch area. So, all right. And there's, just about the time I mentioned, I hadn't seen reports this morning of like confirmed tornadoes on the ground like we were seeing 24 hours ago. Lo and behold, several of them had popped up. One in central Texas. That warning expired here about 30 minutes ago, but that was a confirmed tornado. Damaging tornado. Quarter-size hail. Had another confirmed tornado. I think that was southeastern Oklahoma and northeastern Texas there. So, again, we know some of these are touching down this early Tuesday morning. Heads up. Back to the Indy 500, where you had Newgarden, who was set to start 12th after qualifying. Will Power was... Newgarden 11th, Power was slated to start 12th, but some other competitors thought that's not fair. Pato O'Ward claimed that they probably ran outside the regulations in Saturday's qualifying session and should have actually been sent to the last chance qualifier. So yesterday, Monday, IndyCar finally took action in a big way, they say, moving them to the back of the field. Newgarden will start 32nd. Will Power will start 33rd, the very rear end of the field. IndyCar president J. Douglas Bowles said the integrity of the Indy 500 is paramount. This violation of the IndyCar rule against modifications to this part and using it as supplied is clear. The penalty should be more than simply stating or starting the cars where they might have qualified anyway if given the opportunity. The cars belong in the field as two of the fastest, 33 vehicles. However, starting at the tail end of the field is the appropriate penalty in this particular case. They also suspended the team strategist for both cars and fined each entry $100,000. And they will also forfeit their qualifying points. All right, it is 844-844-3388. And is that Lynn? Good morning.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Oh, not too bad. I'm sitting here watching the radar right now, and these wind farms out here, I'm convinced that they have an effect on rainfall. It's like if you go out to Google and look wind farms effect on rainfall offshore, there was actually a study done where they went out and looked at the potential reduction in rainfall. And if you go out and look at the current 15-day rainfall in the Midwest, and you look at the patterns, it's just amazing. You can see as plain as day where these wind farms are having an effect on the rainfall. It's like the rain will come right up to it, and then when you're sitting there and the big storm's coming, there's always this lull, like this. Everything kind of goes still right before the rain comes. It's like I've taken. You can go out there and there's a tool you can take and actually 3D model these storms and put them on Google Earth, and you'll see where the bottom edge of the storm actually pulls forward towards them wind farms. And my theory is that the turbines are still spinning, and it actually helps collapse the damn storm. And it's crazy. I mean, it's like we've got a wind farm on the south side of our county. It's got a couple hundred turbines, and it'll come right up to that wind farm, and it'll follow that wind farm off to the east. It's going, the storm's coming from the southwest, heading north, and it'll follow that wind farm off to the east. It'll collapse. And it's just amazing to me that they did a study probably 10 years ago about how offshore wind farms could reduce precipitation. It's like, why haven't they done one of them in the Midwest? I mean, I'm convinced that it's pricking with our precipitation, and I have no use for the things myself.
Well, I mean, with these kind of storms and these kind of winds, they do wreak havoc on those wind farms anyway, don't they? I mean,
I've got actually on my YouTube channel, I've got a video of a tornado that come through our area, and it come right up to the edge of the wind farm. It went for like 10 miles, probably an EF3, and then right before the edge of the wind farm, quarter mile away from it, it dissipated. It pulled up into the sky, and then it dropped down after it went over the wind farm.
Okay. That might be something. It's kind of an odd conspiracy, but I mean, it might be worth looking into if they've done some research about the offshore, wind farm projects. I know they've done a lot of research where some of those offshore impacts on the marine life, whales, washing up. Meanwhile, out of New Orleans, we had touched last evening, the manhunt continues. There was one additional prisoner apprehended this past day after the 10 escaped the New Orleans jail. 21-year-old Gary Price captured in New Orleans this past evening, according to state police. He'll be transported to a state lockup outside New Orleans and face new charges of simple escape and drug possession. He was originally jailed earlier this month on charges of attempted murder, battery, and assault with a firearm stemming from a domestic disturbance. But surveillance footage that was shared with the media at the press conference last week showing the escapees sprinting out of the jail, some in their orange jumpsuits, others in white, scaled a fence, using blankets to avoid being cut by the barbed wire. And some could then be seen sprinting across the nearby interstate highway. But the bizarre part of the story is the escape went unnoticed for hours. It wasn't until the morning head count that we're talking more than 7 hours after these 10 escaped that law enforcement aptly learned. 3 employees have been placed on suspension pending the outcome of the investigation, but I guess that leaves 6 of the 10 suspects still at large, some of whom they described as violent criminals. And yes, welcome back, Vic.
Yeah, be a repeat offender. Real quick, you were talking about Indianapolis here. I don't know. I think Daryl said he was over here watching a qualifying over the weekend, and man, I didn't realize how much violence we had here in Indianapolis over the weekend. But this morning they're talking about all the shootings and stabbings that went on. Of course, like any big event, I know we have, the child peddlers and the drug dealers and all the illegal activity going on. And they're supposed to have task force in here looking out for that. So the point of it is, why in the world they're worrying with all that going on? Why are they worrying about Danica Patrick as the I mean, was she a caller comment? You know, she's a caller commentator. 'Cause Saturday I was watching on TV and I was switching back and forth between the Preakness and the qualifying. And of course, both of them had announcers talking and everything else. And so, I don't know. I think there's bigger problems to worry about than what some commentators were saying. But she did point out that there's a problem there in turn one, and I was kind of listening to her talking about that, the tires, everything else. I think someone had went airborne even earlier in the day in qualifying. They was able to piece the car back together, and they were able to get into the qualifying. But by and large, I guess what people were upset about with Penske was you're on the bubble for the last three positions. So if you qualify 30 and above, then you can keep that, or you can go back out and try to qualify again. And you have two different lanes there. One, if you get in that lane, you're just giving up your previous qualification. And that way, if you don't do as well as you did the first time, you wind up getting set back, or maybe not even be in the race. And then there's another lane you get into, but you have to make sure everybody qualifies so you get in the qualifying time, because if you want to preserve your time, you might not make it up to the front of the line to qualify. So he was going through all that, which maybe a lot of people already knew, but I've never really. I used to listen on the radio. That was kind of every Memorial Day thing, but I've had opportunities to go, but I just really didn't want to go and fight the crowd. And back in the old days when they had two lane roads coming into Indianapolis, I mean, I didn't want to sit in a 3 or 4 hour backup, so I just listened on the radio and happy with that. But what I wanted to talk about was one other thing, these autonomous trucks, they refuse to give up on those, but I don't know why they are. I don't know what it's going to take for them to get through their head that it's more about driving a truck. You know, the flatbedders, they have to keep their load strapped down. And I mean, you can just go on and on and on. We've discussed this endlessly, but I don't know who is so committed to having these autonomous trucks, but I guess they're going to continue. And what we were talking about was the insurance and the nuclear decisions. And you talk about Packard, you know, that's Kenworth and Peterbilt. So will there be some nuclear decision, and when they'll say, well, this or that was wrong with the equipment, and nobody was there to check it or whatever. I think it was with a Wabash trailer that had that big jury verdict over there in St. Louis there a few years back.
Big time.
But anyway, then on to what I really called about was you were wondering about why the Republicans and the Democrats were fighting Trump's agenda so much. And long story short, it's the old follow the money thing. You know, we talked endlessly about Social Security, and it needs to be cleaned up, but there's a lot of other agencies. But that was the model that Elon Musk put in place, line by line. Let's see where the money's going. Is it accomplishing the purpose that you want it to? And if not, do away with it. But whenever he was looking at Social Security, that whole story got turned around and said that he was looking at people's private information, and that he was going to cut Social Security benefits. And I know, there's a couple of elderly women and that we know, and they absolutely believe that their Social Security is getting cut, and tried to explain that to it until we're blue in the face and just give up. It's like, no, he's looking at these 3-year-olds and 183-year-olds. Why are they drawing a check? And what exactly are you doing with that? And that, long story short is, I get all kinds of calls every day. They say, hey, you know, you can get this done and that done, and Medicare will pay for it. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And then a lot of it's scams. They'll say, you know, if you're on Social Security or Medicare, you can get this benefit. You can get a check for this. And there are a lot of different things in there. So, there are people that are making money off this stuff, and a lot of these businesses, you know, the more people they can get on government benefits, that'll bring money back into the state. It won't tax the state. The state won't have to raise their taxes, but it raises the residents of that state. Their taxes are up. So that's basically the big thing. And if we can get this government, you know, actually look at things and do serious work, we can go along. And they mentioned about that. I was talking about what we've done. You've heard the term nation building and everything. And I figured that I watched a little bit of the news, Sunday morning news shows, and it's like, why are they running out Mike Pence and what was Bob Gates there, that was Bush's defense director? And then I happened to think, well, Trump must be making some success here if they're digging those guys up and bringing them out, because they were part of that whole nation building thing and kind of anti-Trump, and so were never Trumpers. So all I can say is somebody must be running a little bit scared. And then finally, I don't know if you've seen where that Brazil now has the bird flu, and a lot of countries aren't even taking poultry products out of Brazil now, and that includes China. And with that whole Russian-Ukraine deal, and also the Red Sea, there's a lot of Black Sea wheat that won't get planted, and the ports, they won't be able to use them there in Ukraine unless they come up to some type of agreement to get the fertilizer in and other products. So the whole world trade situation is kind of up in the air, and a lot of companies, mechanic, you mentioned about Deere and Company, they're questioning about whether they want to put in more investments in the United States. Most of these big companies like that, that they have a worldwide supply chain, or what they're manufacturing and all that. Like here in the United States, we use big tractors. Some of the states use, some of the other countries use smaller tractors, smaller equipment, and so it makes more sense to make that product in that particular country. And of course, you know, we drive on the right side, some people drive on the left side. So there's a whole lot that has to be looked into that, as far as the type of, I guess, the tariff policy and everything. I think Trump kind of jumped ahead on things, but it is what it is now, and I believe he's kind of taking a longer, harder look at that thing. So, but one of the things I know that Ford, they basically got out of the tractor business years ago, went to New Holland. Now they got some sort of a German company or something anyway that's producing it all. I haven't really kept up with that much, but they make products for all over the world. But I think by and large, a lot of the money does come back to Ford, which is deposited in the United States, and the profits and all that. So it's just, like I said, I'm not exactly sure where Trump was going with these tariffs, but it kind of got the whole world upset.
Everything topsy-turvy. Right. And as we know, the markets, it's the volatility term, the uncertainty. Yeah. How much time do we have before the original 90-day agreement with most of the world, with the exception of China? Yeah, because China, the 90-day agreement with them just started here, a week or so ago? And I guess discussions are ongoing with the Chinese. Let me see. Horst Feather's been talking about the fundraiser that's coming up here next month on a Friday night, June 13th. The whole polo event. Yeah, and he sent me a link to the Brandywine Polo event website. And Right there on the front page. Ticket proceeds benefit Make-A-Wish. So he's got this together here. Join us for a Friday night sunset polo at Brandywine. Unwind after work with friends. Pack a picnic. Enjoy the competitive McHugh 4G prelims. An unforgettable evening of polo, camaraderie, and countryside charm. Yes, I guess they do have wine by the glass or the bottle, but he did say you can BYOB kind of thing. Tickets $15 in advance, $20 at the gate. Hats and sunglasses recommended. Bring your own food, drinks, lawn chairs, and or a blanket for relaxed viewing on the polo lawn. They do ask you to limit glass containers for the safety of the horses and barefoot children. Dogs on leashes are welcome. Kids off leashes are encouraged. All right, free parking. You can kind of open tailgate, or you've got lawn seating. Bring your chairs, bring your blankets. I guess on some occasions they actually have food trucks that show up for some of these events. It says no food trucks on Friday nights. So, all right, all the proceeds from that event, and of course, Horse Feathers is hoping a whole lot of people will show up for that polo match, because the benefits, proceeds going to the Make-A-Wish Foundation there under his name. All right, about a minute before news break. When we come back, it's been a while since we've heard from our old friend, the Lone Ranger. Checks in this morning. And looks like Blind Man is on board. Something about his friend in Baltimore. Talking about the tornadoes, the violent weather we've seen as of late. All right, so in the meanwhile, President Trump said, with following the call between he and Vladimir Putin, that things went well. And now Moscow and Kyiv will immediately start negotiations towards a ceasefire and the end of the war. The conditions will be negotiated between the two parties, as it can only be, because they know details of a negotiation that nobody else would be aware of. The tone and conversation of our conversation were excellent, the tone and spirit. And again, if it wasn't, I would say so now rather than later. So things look to really be making positive ground. And I guess they've been in touch with many of the other world leaders. Final hour just ahead here. Rolling into a Tuesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secrets. Powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News. I'm Lance Pry. President Trump announced his 2-hour phone call with Russian President Putin went well. President Trump's takeaway is that the presidents Putin and Zelensky will now have direct dialogue to negotiate a ceasefire and, more importantly, end the war. Trump said Russia wants to be a big trading partner with the United States. Putin called it large scale, and the president agreed once the bloodbath is over. The Pope chimed in and said he would love to host the ceasefire negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. In a big win for the President's America First agenda, the Budget Committee advanced a sweeping budget bill to advance President Trump's big, beautiful bill. Also, FBI Director Kash Patel confirmed yesterday that the Bureau is looking into New York Attorney General Letitia James and her real estate transactions. Thousands of tubs of ice cream are being recalled. Iowa-based Wells Enterprises, the makers of Blue Bunny ice cream, are voluntarily recalling 22 different products because of concerns they might be contaminated with plastic. The FDA said over 18,000 3-gallon tubs of Blue Bunny, Halo Top, Bomb Pop ice cream, and frozen yogurt products are a part of the recall. The president of CBS News is stepping down from the role as the network deals with a $20 billion lawsuit filed by President Trump. Wendy McMahon said in a memo to CBS News staff, leading the organization has been a privilege and joy, but noted the past few months have been challenging. Trump sued CBS News, saying 60 Minutes edited a pre-election interview with former Vice President Harris to make her look competent. Billie Eilish has announced 21 new U.S. dates as part of her Hit Me Hard and Soft tour. That will kick off October 9th in Miami, Florida. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Parts of Northern California are under a red flag warning until 8 o'clock tonight. The alert is for areas like central and southern Sacramento Valley, Carquinez Strait and Delta, and the northern San Joaquin Valley, all below 1,000 feet in elevation. Nick Eisen is with the Fairfield Fire Department.
Any small fire could become a big fire, especially with the winds and the low humidities that we're experiencing. I personally think it's going to be a long fire season.
A neurosurgeon offers some summer activities that you can do to help increase your bone strength.
Deborah Benzel is a neurosurgeon at Cleveland Clinic.
Once you've sustained a fracture related to osteoporosis, your chances of having a second one are 10 times higher. Even with all the advances of medications that we have these days, prevention really is the key in this disease.
Exercise plays a big role, and some activities include gardening, going for a walk, playing catch with your kids or grandkids, swimming, or even walking in the pool. There is a test available to check your bone density. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Authorities in Ohio are resuming their search for a 5-year-old after a deadly train collision. 2 adults and 2 children were walking across a railroad bridge over the Sandusky River in Fremont, that's southeast of Toledo, yesterday when a train came by. Thanks for being there, my friend. It's well appreciated. In Las Vegas, I'm Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, I get that final hour underway. All right, here on a Tuesday morning, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, earlier this morning, some of our listening friends, John Ferguson, checked in from Winfield, Kansas. Yeah, he was out there playing in the nasty weather. Says it's about an hour shy of being in the tornado in Fort Smith earlier. Timed that one just right. Everybody stay safe. It's nasty out here in some areas. Yeah, things were really ugly about the midnight hour there in St. Louis. Again this morning. Yeah, right on the heels of being hammered this past Friday. Brett says, use extreme caution driving in Missouri. Again, as several others had mentioned, a lot of trees down, power lines down. Be cautious, especially, watch out on the back roads, the side roads. All right. Hello to Gary. Good to have you on board. As usual, Norman checked in from Wichita, Kansas. 67 degrees. A rainy morning. We'll be unloading at 7:30 a.m. Rick in Columbus. Hey there, Rick. How about those? I know your Cincinnati Reds have won 5 in a row. How about that? After sweeping, we swept the Cleveland over the weekend there. That was the Ohio Cup title. And I guess we kicked things off this past evening against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Can they make it 6 in a row? Meanwhile, it's been a while. The Lone Ranger checks in. Morning, Ranger.
Good morning. Well, I been getting a couple phone calls and a couple texts from members of your listening audience that I'm sort of friends with, and which indicates the quality of your listening audience, by the way, offering well wishes and whatnot. So I'm going to give you a quick update, quick rundown without boring the audience. First diagnosis was a year ago in March. Got treated, went into remission in July. 6 months later, came back in from Arizona, got treated again, and it was so bad that I had to go to a different hospital that had, other than the VA hospital, that had a big radiation machine that was necessary. So that hospital turned out to be really bad. I did radiation and chemo there, and it turned out the hospital was dirty. The nurses were on strike. The atmosphere was horrible. So I called the VA and asked them to transfer me someplace else. So they gave me a choice. After Trump refunded the military, you can now go to a private hospital and the VA pays for it, providing you live so far away from the VA hospital, the nearest VA hospital, which I do. So they gave me a choice of 3, and I chose Fox Chase Cancer Center. It's in not in Philadelphia, but it's on the outskirts, like in the suburbs, and they have a real high rating. So I was in remission when I went there, and they said they wanted to give me another treatment anyway, so they did. Well, that one I only got 6 weeks out of, and it came back. So I just got another treatment 2.5 weeks ago, and Friday I went for a PET scan, and here it came back already again. So first time it was stage 1. Second time it came back, which it was stage 2, which simply means it's in 2 places. So this time when it came back, now it's stage 3. It's in 3 different places. So, but I'll tell you one thing. I was sitting in the waiting room waiting for the PET scan on Friday, and I looked around. Steve, you would not believe how many young people were in that waiting room, people in their 30s with cancer. One guy he had tubes coming out of him all over the place. He was carrying a bag with urine in it, so apparently his insides were totally messed up. And then while I was sitting there, they wheeled the girl out from the scanning area. Beautiful girl, probably late 20s, early 30s. Beautiful girl. Here she's got I'm looking around thinking, I'm not the worst off guy in this room. There's people half my age in here that, having trouble. So anyway, the doctor pretty much laid it on the line. I went in today and got the results and found out and came back in 3 places. He said, well, here's the way it is right now. He said, there's 2 things we can do here. You can come in every 2 weeks and get shots, and you'll get probably about 15 months of life out of that, which of course I'm sure includes months of laying in a hospital rotting away, which I won't do. So I said, what's the other choice? He said, well, I know you don't want the stem cell transplant. I said, no, I'm not going to do that. It's a year recovery and no guarantee. It's just, I don't have a year to donate. So they have a new thing called a CAR T. It's capital C, capital A, capital R-T. And he told me that's the only chance you have of staying alive is going through this procedure. So he gave me a bunch of books and I read up on it, So I told him today, I said, well, I'm going to go for this. I got a little bit to live for yet. I got some things I want to do yet. So it involves taking your T cells out of your blood. The CAR stands for treatment. They take them out and they ship them either to California or New York. There's only 2 labs that do this. And those labs modify your T cells and then put them back in your body. And the modification, it makes the T cells fight the cancer cells, because this cancer that I have is resilient to the chemo. The chemo is not strong enough to get rid of it. So he said, every time it comes back, it's worse, and it comes back sooner. He said, you can't get chemo once a week. It just doesn't work that way. So he set me up for, I guess, the end of June. So 2 weeks from now, I got to go again for chemo, and then they'll do another scan before the operation, because you can't go in to the operation unless you're in remission. But as fast as this is coming back, I told him, I said, well, and I have to have somebody. There's a hotel a mile away from the cancer center. It's owned by the American Cancer Society. It's called the Hope Lodge. And I have to stay there with a babysitter for 30 days after the operation, because if I would get a fever or some kind of infection, I could be dead within minutes. They have to get me right into the hospital, so I can't be home. I have to be real close. So my daughter-in-law is a teacher, and she's off for the summer. So she has volunteered she has to be, it's like a little apartment. It's not just a room. She's going to stay there 24/7. And then a month after that, she has to come here and live with me for another month to keep an eye on me, because you got to take your temperature constantly, because any little hint of a fever, you got to get right to the hospital, because they got to treat it right away or you can die. So this treatment has there's a 3%, I always look at the side effects, and the recovery period is a lot less, but 3% of people die from this operation. So they have to put you through a whole series of tests. Now, I'm in perfect health, except for this. They have to give you an EKG. There's a whole series of tests you have to go through to make sure you're healthy enough to handle this operation, because it's really rough on your body. So I'll be shut down for a while, but I'm just going to keep fighting the fight. I got a lot of things I want to do yet, so just going to stay with it. And I feel like I'm in good hands. This place, I've talked to a few people that got treated at this place, and this place has a real high approval rating. They know what they're doing. So I'm going to stay with it and fight. Now, I do have a question, industry-related question. I've been out of the loop. I don't pay much attention to what's going on because I'm not in the industry for a long time. But I saw an interview with two gentlemen from, I don't know if they were representatives of trucking companies. They had something to do with the trucking industry. I didn't get the whole interview. But they said that the ATA had figured out a way to remove the clause in the federal regulation book that required you to speak and read English. That had been taken out of that book, and I never knew that. So I guess somebody in the Trump administration somewhere wants to put it back in, because some of these drivers out here are horrible.
Right.
They don't speak any English. I mean horrible. I probably travel as many miles as some of the professional drivers out there, but there is some real banana heads out there in some of these trucks. And I know that doesn't include any of your audience members, because you have quality people in your audience that know what they're doing. But some of these guys are horrible. It's the same thing. I have the same complaint that I had 10 years ago. They drive in passing lanes when they're not passing anybody, and it blocks up the guys behind them, and they can't get around them. Driving with these fog lights on a starry night, blinding people. Parking on the shoulder for the half-hour break, which is really dangerous. Especially at night, they sit there with the taillights on, and you get somebody half asleep that has to follow taillights to make it down the road because they're half asleep. They'll drive right into the back of the truck. I saw it in person in Connecticut one time. Guy was parked on his shoulder, checking his tire, whatever he was doing. A car just drove right into the back of the trailer and went right underneath it, and the car was pushed back to the back door of the car. And it just happened. The cops weren't there yet or nothing. But this car was squashed underneath that truck, just ran flat into him, never touched the brakes. So I don't know what's going to happen with these poor quality drivers. And they said in this interview, they said that the companies they said they had to hire these foreign drivers because it was a shortage.
Right.
Now, we talked for a long time about the shortage. There's a shortage in companies that don't pay well and don't treat their drivers well. That's the ones that have a shortage. If you treat your people right, you're not going to have a shortage because they don't want to leave. They don't want to. Why would you want to leave a good thing? But they hire these guys with no experience, and I realize you have to start somewhere. I get that. But when you're using the highways for training grounds, that's a recipe for disaster. I'm a little bit squeamish when I got a trailer behind me with an expensive car in it, and I'm passing, I pretty much know which companies are the bottom feeders. When I get to pass a truck of a company that I know hires people with no experience, I'm a little bit more squeamish than if I'm passing a truck of a company that, hires quality people. And again, I realize you have to start somewhere. But I don't agree with using our highways for training grounds. I remember back in the day, North American Van Lines used to have their own training area right at their place. I think it was in Fort Wayne, Indiana, I think is where it was. And they would train the drivers right there. And when they went out on the road, they, pretty much knew what they were doing. So there's a lot of, and the other thing I see, it used to be the four-wheeler trick would be to ride down the lane that's going to close for construction or whatever. It says right lane closed 1 mile. They'll actually get out of the line of traffic and get in the right lane. And I'm talking trucks now. The guys that never would do this, they're the ones now running down the lane to the end and then trying to cut over at the last minute. So, of course, everybody has to step on our brakes and let them over, and there's your instant backup. But the bad habits that were usually only done by the four-wheelers are now being done by some, and I have to say some because I know it's not all, but even though it's a small percentage, it's really disheartening when you're sitting there in line, single file, waiting to go through this construction. Here comes this clown in a truck flying down a right lane, and there's nobody there. He's the only one. Runs down to the end, puts his left signal on, expects everybody to let him in. So he'd have to run into me. I wouldn't let him in because I know what he's doing. And then they give you that look like, oh, I didn't know. Geez, I didn't know lanes go. Hell, there was a sign a mile back that told you.
Right.
Maybe if you learned how to speak English, you could read the sign. So did you hear anything about that with that clause being removed?
To bring
the federal book,
to bring you up to speed, it was never removed from the federal regulations. It was the CVSA removed it from the out of service criteria. So, if you got pulled over and you couldn't read or speak English, they were just letting you go on, do your thing. Trump signed the executive order, and the FMCSA has already put it back into the out of service criteria starting on June the 25th. So starting June 25, these non-English speakers will be put out of service again. Big question mark is how many drivers are going to be put out of service, and will that actually cause a so-called driver shortage?
Well, I heard that they actually, some of the scale houses were checking guys to see if they could speak English. Is that true? Did you hear about that?
That was being discussed
in scale houses
in Arkansas. I think that was a viral video, and I have never seen any truth to that. But again, starting June 25th, supposedly any inspection or scale, whatever, will begin checking for the proficiency. And how do you determine some of these individuals can speak very limited English, and their concern is who makes the determination? What is proficient?
Well, the biggest problem is when there's an accident. The law enforcement can't communicate with the guy as to how the accident happened and what are the circumstances of the accident if you can't speak English. That's a big problem.
Yep.
Now, you hate to deny anybody that, just wants to work for a living, but you have to qualify for the job. And one of the qualifications is you have to speak English. That's the way it is. So if you're not qualified, what are you doing in the truck? And then, of course, it goes to these companies. The question is, why do you have to hire somebody that doesn't speak or read English when if you pay enough money, you would get a guy that can speak English? It all comes down to how you're treating the people. You don't have to hire unqualified people if you have something worthwhile to offer to the driver. And I have to respect somebody for trying to make a living, no matter where they're from. But if it says in the book you have to speak and read English, then that's one of the qualifications. That's as simple as it is.
Correct.
But I don't know where it's going to end. But boy, I see some really, really bad drivers. And again, it's a small percentage. It isn't a lot of them, but it's unbelievable how the quality of drivers has diminished in the last few years. But anyway, hopefully Trump will get that straightened out, and who the hell knows where it's going to end. But okay, I don't want to bore you to death. I know you're in your last hour, so I'll try to keep you updated once in a while.
Thank you so much, Ranger.
Best of luck to everybody else.
Yeah, thoughts.
All right,
thoughts and prayers. Hope the whole. I was kind of scouring over the CAR T, the cell therapy. The patient's own T cells modified in a lab to recognize and destroy cancer cells. So I guess they got to hook you up to the machine. Your blood goes through the process. And it separates somehow. It actually separates and collects the T cells. That in itself to me is amazing. How does the machine do that? The T cells are then sent to the specialized laboratory where they're genetically engineered to express a chimeric antigen receptor, otherwise known as CAR, C-A-R. that lets the T cells specifically recognize and bind to cancer cells. Once they've been engineered and grown in the lab, they're then infused back into the patient via an IV, after which the patient is closely monitored, and the effectiveness of the treatment gets assessed over time. It is a personalized treatment, meaning that the CAR T cells are specifically tailored to the individual patient's cancer. And they are highly effective in targeting and destroying cancer cells, and they can also help restore the body's immune system to fight off cancer. Research on this therapy is ongoing. The goal of developing new CAR T therapies that can be used to treat a wider range of cancers. It does list that there are certain types of blood cancers, leukemia, lymphoma, multiple myeloma. I'm thinking that's the one he had, the myeloma. All right, a couple minutes before a news break here. Let's get started with the blind man, Baltimore. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, my friend in Baltimore was telling me that just before the tornado struck, the sky was a very vivid green, and the tornado touched down, I think he said, about 2 houses down the street. But fortunately, the damage that was done did not affect his house, so he really lucked out. But they had no power or anything for at least 2 or 3 days while they repaired the damage. But he was telling me they finally got everything online yesterday at 2 o'clock, so he was forced to listen to the regular AM, FM radio and watch old movies on his DVD player, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
He said the power didn't go off that long, but it came back on. But he said a lot of damage was done. Maybe he'll call in and explain more.
So was that in the Baltimore area, or was that was somebody that your friend in Kentucky or something, maybe? Or
no, this is my friend in Baltimore. He lives in Sparrow Point, I believe.
Okay.
And that's a suburb of Baltimore. It's a little bit of island, a peninsula that jarts out. I think Bethlehem Steel used to have a plant there.
So very interesting. I knew I had seen where you had the flooding, incredible flooding up there in western Maryland last week. Horsefeather said, I guess he was over far enough toward Baltimore where they didn't get it, but okay.
Yeah. But there's other parts of Maryland that really get it. I can't remember the town, but I used to hear every time there was a heavy thunderstorm, they would be flooded out.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember the town now, but I guess they fixed the problem because I don't hear it on the news anymore.
All right, well, thanks for the update there, blind man. Everything else going all right? Aside from that, I guess you're going to be soggy weather they're talking about here, like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, I got to go to my GP tomorrow and give them some medications that I need refills, stuff like that, tell them what's going on and everything.
All right, well, good to hear from you. Keep us informed. The blind man checking in from Baltimore. All right, we got a news break coming up here, and we'll get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. It looks to be, yes, indeed, another very active day. Yeah, weather-wise, once again, still seeing numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Not nearly as many tornado-warned cells, but a lot of strong straight-line winds and hail is the big concern with this line moving off to the east.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is announcing plans that would put Israel in control of the Gaza Strip. The Israeli Defense Forces started a large-scale operation called Gideon's Chariot, which includes moves for Israel to take over food and aid distribution to Palestinians in the Strip in coordination with American companies. Prime Minister Netanyahu says this is the war and victory plan. Reuters has reported that aid trucks were seen heading into northern Gaza Strip, marking the first movement after nearly 3 months of a blockade. Wendy McMahon, president of CBS News, is stepping down from the role as the network deals with a $20 billion lawsuit filed by President Trump, claiming the network edited a Kamala interview to make her look more coherent. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
been talking since, obviously last week, where the kind of surprising announcement was made by the baseball commissioner, reinstating not only Pete Rose, but like 17 deceased individuals from the permanently ineligible list. So he says, I have concluded that permanent ineligibility ends upon the passing of the disciplined individual, whoever it might be. And Pete Rose and 16 others were removed from that permanently ineligible list. So now starting in 2027, we're still 2 years away, he would then be eligible to be voted into Cooperstown. You would think the man with more hits than anyone in MLB history should be considered almost a sure thing. And as I was discussing with Braindead last evening, many analysts are saying, don't get the cart ahead of the horse. And Bob Nightingale is another. With USA Today, he says, not so fast. Contrary to popular belief, it's actually a long shot that Pete would be elected into the Hall of Fame when he's first eligible in 27. You don't have to look back any further than the ballot 2 years ago, when Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens didn't even receive 4 of the required 12 votes needed from the 16-person committee back in 22. Despite never being suspended, fined, or testing positive for performing enhancing drug use, they didn't come close to election. Now, he says, do you really think that Rose, who committed baseball's cardinal sin of gambling and lied about it for 15 years, will be suddenly forgiven by the executives, the Hall of Fame players, the writers, the historians on the committee, when they quickly dismissed baseball's all-time home run king and a 7-time Cy Young winner? Nightingale believes Rose being elected would actually open a can of worms regarding those who were caught cheating the game. The voters realize if Rose is led into Cooperstown, there's no compelling reason to keep out Bonds or Clemens or Sammy Sosa or even Alex Rodriguez and Manny Ramirez. Those were all suspended for steroid use. Now, he said, if you can allow managers who bet on baseball and players like shoeless Joe Jackson who took money from mobsters to throw games, what's a little performance-enhancing drug use? Now, he said, remember, the Hall of Fame instructs the voters to base their choices upon the player's record, playing ability, integrity, sportsmanship, and contribution to the team or teams on which they played. And again, I say the whole argument, which has how many years now we've been talking about this, his actions on the field as a player, for all those years, the Big Red Machine, the championships, the All-Star status over and over again. That all transpired well before being a manager betting on baseball. And I guess as several others have said, there's Pete's probably not an isolated case, right? Guarantee, especially in this day and age where it's so easy and you've got the legalized sports gambling in states all over the country now. Do you think that there's actually players not wagering on their team? I don't think he's an isolated case, but time will tell, I suppose. Hey, what do you say, Horse Feathers?
My guess is that the Orioles are betting against their team this year just by looking at the record. But that's just my opinion.
Right.
But I know I would be. I wouldn't be betting on the Orioles. Better odds against than for. But anyways, hey, in the news they're saying there that, what was it? The CEO of CBS there stepped down, retired, got out because there's a $20 billion lawsuit against CBS for the 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris that they might have doctored the video a little bit. To make Kamala Harris look, what are they saying? Like, what was the term they were using? I forgot now. Anyways, to make her look, I'll say it in my words, intelligent.
To make her not look
like a body double. Did they?
To not look so much like they edited, during the interview, they had a question and they doctored the answer up to where they cut out all of her rumbling and mumbling and word salad to make it appear that she gave a coherent answer, but she didn't.
I was gonna say, the only way to make her look coherent would be to put a body double in and just refilm it, wouldn't it? But it might have been easier. But anyway, there. So I kind of called back there. It was good to hear Ranger. Always good to hear from him and what's going on. So I know he's got a lot of stuff ahead of him there. So hopefully wish him all the best. Anyways, so that deal there that Blind Man was talking about there, I had never heard the confirmation. I hadn't seen news or confirmation that there was a tornado. I knew there was some pretty tough winds, and I'm pretty sure it was the same storm that, came through, the end of last week, maybe. I think it was maybe that storm we had Friday. And, but anyway, so Sparrows Point's down there right at the end of the north side of the Key Bridge on the southeast corner there of coming out of Baltimore. And so anyways, Sparrows Point, Middle River, Dundalk, it's all kind of right there, that same area. And there was a lot of people that were showing, major tree damage and roof damage. And there was a pretty good sized building that had its roof torn off. And so there was quite a bit of damage. But as I say, I'd never seen any local news to know if there was a confirmation of a tornado or not. But anyways, that's kind of the area he was talking in. And as I say, I believe, I don't know if it was this last storm that came through Kentucky or the one before it there. But as I say, that was the one, what he was kind of talking about there.
Okay.
So, we were a little bit north of that. So it pretty much came right kind of through the city and then right straight across the Chesapeake Bay and then headed right on over to the eastern shore there. So anyways, that's about what we got going for you here at the middle of the loneliest hour here for you. So I guess we'll let you see if you can find another intelligent caller there to finish up your show there.
All right, as we're kind of heading down the home stretch, right? All right, Horse Feathers, thanks for chiming in. Thank you very much. So we had, it was CBS News, and the head kind of making the announcement yesterday, stepping down. And Trump also took to Truth Social here a couple days ago, kind of calling out ABC News again. Specifically calling out, what's his name, Bob Iger, saying, why doesn't Iger step in? You have been warned, especially in light of just, what was it, from the Stephanopoulos deal? Wasn't that a $16 million suit that had been filed? He said ABC News keeps on reporting that the country of Qatar is giving me the aircraft to be used as Air Force One. The plane is not for me. It is being given to, as he put it, the Department of Defense and the United States of America to save the taxpayers millions of dollars, as he put it. So kind of putting them on notice if you keep on reporting that, which day after day, that's the way they keep framing that narrative. He said they might find themselves under another lawsuit. All right, happy Taco Tuesday, Semper Fi. There's Truck and Phil checking in. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill, and of course the great Knuckle Buster. Looking at 49 degrees Fort Wayne, only warming to 59 today. It's going to be cool and dreary, 90% chance of rain. All right, everybody have a great day. And Semper Fi from Truck and Fill this morning. 844-844-3388. On the tariff front, some of the major retailers, including the likes of Walmart, kind of stating that they're going to maybe have to increase prices at their stores around the country because of tariffs. President Trump he told Walmart to eat the tariffs, just eat it, rather than raising prices. You should eat the tariffs instead of blaming duties imposed by the administration on imported goods for your increased prices. Those were in response to Walmart saying this past week they'd have to start raising prices later this month due to high tariffs. Trump takes to Truth Social to say Walmart should stop trying to blame tariffs as the reason for raising prices throughout the chain. Walmart made billions of dollars last year, far more than expected. Now, between Walmart and China, they should, as is said, eat the tariffs and not charge valued customers anything. No response from representatives of Walmart. Walmart's CEO did say last Thursday that they could not absorb all the tariff cost because of their narrow retail margins. Even so, he said the company's committed to ensuring that tariff-related costs on general merchandise, which primarily comes from China, would not drive food prices higher. Many U.S. companies have either slashed or pulled their full-year expectations in the wake of the friction between the U.S. and the trading partners, in particular, obviously China. Consumers curtail spending, but we're not seeing that just yet. Walmart's explicit statement about the impact of tariffs is kind of a signpost for how the trade war is affecting the retail sector. Of course, they are noted for their ability to manage cost more aggressively than other companies to keep prices low. Every week, some 255 million people shop in stores or place orders online around the world. And believe it or not, did you ever hear that statistic? 90% of the United States population lives within 10 miles of a Walmart. Wow, 90%. Wow, that's big time. It is 844-844-3388. We return into...
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Let's check in with the two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. I'm really late for class today, but I finally got in. So, hey, I was talking to a guy the other day, and he was mentioning this deal that Walmart's may make the decision to raise their prices to counter these tariffs, and he said something interesting to me that I don't know that I agree with it or not, but he said that if they do that, what that's going to do is that's going to pressure the small businesses that we're going to eat the cost going up to keep their customers. It's going to force them to raise their prices, and then thus it could drive more customers away from the smaller businesses that would just decide to go to Walmart, and you mentioned there that 90% of the people live within 10 miles of a Walmart, and he brought that up to me before I heard it from you, and he thinks they're going to use that as a business strategy to continue to overtake the market and make it to where these smaller communities don't really have any other offerings in a Walmart. Because I get to a lot of rural communities that'll have a Walmart supercenter in the area, and they'll tell you that they're like their IGA grocery store and all the little mom and pop shops that the locals owned are gone now because Walmart took all that business.
Mm-hmm.
So I just thought that was an interesting philosophy. Now they can turn around and automatically raise their prices up just because they can, because there won't be no smaller businesses, or there's not enough of them around there that can take that hit.
I do know that they're telling people to look out. We'll probably be hearing maybe even sometime this week from the likes of Costco and Target. Yeah, right on the heels of Walmart's announcement that he said they expect all of them to kind of follow Walmart's lead and say, we're going to have to raise prices.
Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you what, this goes back to what I preached to everybody about getting out of, doing everything in your power, and it's very doable because we did it, is get out of debt and live below your means as best possible, because that way when situations like this happen, I mean, they're hard on your budget, but they don't wipe you out. And so we'll see where this goes. I think that these bigger corporations that don't like President Trump could use this to try to get him unfavorable and get the Republicans unfavorable too. You got to remember we got midterm elections coming up, so I think it's going to get a lot bloodier before it gets better here, because those people want to put the communist libs back in power. So anyway, I'm just going to get in here and make a late comment on that, Steve, and have a good rest of the show there.
Good to hear from you, two-time world champion bull hauler, that is. All right, from, let's see, this is from Market Watch, following Walmart's earnings last week, which one analyst said would be the most important quarterly results for shopper sentiment so far. Executives suggested that consumers prepare for price increases, potentially within a few months. This week, we focus in on as we get quarterly reports from other retailers like the home improvement chain Home Depot. Today, as a matter of fact, Tuesday, Target comes out with their earnings report. Followed on Wednesday, that's Home Depot. Home Depot arch rival Lowe's also reporting this week. The off-price chains TJX companies, which operates like TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and Home Goods, BJ Home Sale Club Holdings. Also results, let's see, Urban Outfitters this week. Those quarterly financial results will land as analysts look for more detail on whether and how much consumers have balked at shifting trade tensions, and negotiations keep the economy kind of in limbo. Mentions of tariffs on corporate earnings calls are at a decade high. According to a fact sheet, an analysis of S&P 500 companies over the past 2 months, also mentions of uncertainty are at the highest level since the height of the pandemic back in 2020. Mentions of recession are at their highest level since the end of 22. Markets have rebounded from the blow they took after the April announcement about the hikes in tariffs, but then temporarily paused the harshest escalations. Consumers, on the other hand, have been offering somewhat, I guess you'd say, mixed signals. All right. University of Michigan gauge of U.S. consumer sentiment slipped a bit in a preliminary May reading that marked its 5th consecutive monthly decline. Worries about steepening retail price increases. Still, Walmart said that their results in April, the last month of their first quarter, were better than it expected. Management said the company could see larger swings in their financials up ahead as the U.S. and China negotiate their differences, obviously, when it comes to trade. Final word on a Tuesday, terrific Tuesday. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers again. Thanks for taking me back there. Hey, everybody have a great, blessed day, and it's definitely a terrific Tuesday because today is my B-day. So I'm going home, take the night off, and I pulled an eagle on you back there. I was supposed to take a 30-minute nap, wound up being a damn hour. I guess I'm getting old, Steve.
So did you say today's your birthday?
Oh, yeah. I'll be 67 years old today, buddy.
Well, happy birthday.
I'm still a young man, right?
Happy birthday, Knucklebuster.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I'm still a young man, right? Considering my mama and daddy lived to be 90-something, right? I still got a lot of living left to do.
You got some longevity in the bloodline, in other words.
I'm hoping so. Let's keep it that way anyway. So that's the way I like it. Well, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products, the Bill products, and Steve Summers Overnight Drive products there, and let's keep this thing rolling down the highway there. What was the question you were supposed to ask me from the heat wave or?
Yeah, if I consume crayons, does that categorize me officially as a Marine by chance?
I doubt it. I doubt you got to go through the training to be a Marine. But
okay, so eating crayons does not match up to the criteria. Okay, and he also wanted to know which flavor you might recommend would be the best, you know. Have a great day. Happy birthday, Knucklebuster. There, we got to close it out there. Out of time. Have a great Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams.
Are you gonna sit down and help me introduce day number 2? Well, we got the news to run still.
Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm John Summers.